Public. Save. Ah. Oh, I think we are now broadcasting live to the internet over
Oh, oh my god.
from my home. Well, I'm at my home. I don't know if maybe you guys are under my tables, but doesn't look like it. But
Yeah, that's where I've been hiding for the last little bit.
I've been under your bed for like 4 weeks.
Oh, do you need like any food or something?
No, I order pizza when you're asleep. It's okay.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let's get that tweet in URLs here.
Guess you're rolling the dice on him not waking up when the pizza guy knocks.
No, I told the pizza guy not to knock because I have to steal his wallet too. Your wallet, not the pizza guy's.
Oh, okay. Hey. Wait, so that YouTube realized because my dashboard is not moving, nothing is happening. So now I don't know if we're actually live. Okay, apparently we are.
Yeah, we're live.
But
Hello,
Yeah, the
live.
thing went up. Hello, people.
Oh, there you go.
Chat, I hate you.
Oh my god.
I'm glad you're here.
Oh my god. Already turning against chat. That was quick. Oh man. Yeah. Hello, YouTube dashboard. Hello. Can you do something? I don't know if you're working.
What, is it just frozen, the dashboard?
This is nothing happening right now. Yeah, let me just reload it.
I had that happen for my Legend of Zelda stream the other day too.
Yeah. Oh, I reloaded. Looks like something is. Oh no, it just needed a reload apparently.
Okay, well.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I said it before. I need to switch away from Chrome now anyway because they blocked uBlock completely. So.
Oh no.
I'm probably gonna try out some other browsers, LibreWolf,
yeah, some Firefox thanks to that too,
and Brave.
I completely went off of Google Chrome when I found out that even after you completely uninstall it from a Mac system, it completely fucks around with your with Pro Tools, which I use for like audio production. It just it will cause like export bugs, and just the fact that Chrome is installed on the machine or was at one point, it causes problems. So since then, no, never again.
Never.
Yeah, and the thing is, if I have to switch around
Was Chrome
anyway,
installed, like not even using it.
Yeah, so I think it was Pro, maybe it was Final Cut Pro. I can't remember. There was like an export bug that I was getting, and the problem was that I had previously had Chrome installed. But when you uninstall a piece of software on I think it's a Mac specific thing, you have to like go in and delete certain files that sometimes aren't removed depending on the nature of the software. But that was made even worse because it's Chrome. Had to jump through a bunch of hoops. Now it's fixed. But yeah, that was a head scratcher.
Sounds
I
good.
have to use Chrome for work. It's shitty.
Well, I did use Firefox, but at some point, I don't know what happened. YouTube live streams just didn't work properly. It just didn't play them, and there was no proper reason why. It's been fixed since. Like, it works again on my laptop, for example, but I don't know what happened, so... I was like, well, if I ever switch my browser anyway, I'm going to try to use one that's not going to collect all my data. Apparently Firefox didn't really do that before. I thought they were doing that already, so I didn't bother switching in between when everything worked again. And I was like, oh, I'm just going to go to Firefox then. And then it's like, oh, are they doing like all the data stuff now as well? It's like, oh, I wanted to do one that's not just selling all my data all the time. And I'm breaking all the things right now. Don't worry about it.
It's okay if they sell my data. It's just a bunch of porn.
Mine, they'll be like, this guy emulates a lot.
I'm going to send Nintendo after you.
Yeah.
They're like, Nintendo, get his ass.
Fuck him. So yeah, I'm gonna try like.
I even have a fairly sized collection of amiibos.
Oh.
I give them money sometimes.
So yeah, I'm probably gonna try. I want to try like LibreWolf and Brave. Those are the ones that I've heard being recommended. So.
Yeah, I use Brave a lot.
Let's see.
Though for like YouTube stuff, I use Chrome because I figure realistically, like the Google thing should probably work best on Chrome. You'd think.
Yeah.
But...
There's a company that doesn't sell your data. There's not a lot these days, and the browsers I'm talking about are all like independent ones. They're like forks of Firefox and stuff where they just go through the code and it's like, let's just get rid of all the data collection stuff and then put it out for the people to use. Because I think Brave has like a built-in VPN as well or something like that. Was that Brave?
Yeah, but it still uses Chromium, so like no matter what. And then Firefox just like a week ago deleted their promise not to sell your data. So,
Yeah.
yeah, man.
Hey, I know we just promised not to sell your data, but turns out we can make a lot of money that way. So
Oh, it's
Yeah.
like it's actually gross. I don't know if you guys know about like Louis Rossmann. He does like a lot of consumer protection and privacy stuff on his channel. And
Watch them sometimes.
I watch him all the time just to make me feel bad. And it's like, oh, there's another company that just changed the terms of service after you bought a thing. That's awesome. That's great. Like I think Brother printers were the last ones where they don't just not let you use third-party cartridges for printing, and apparently they changed that now as well. And they force-fed you an upgrade on your printer, so there's nothing you can do about it if it's on the internet. So yeah, it's always great fun. I mean, I think my favorite part, my favorite thing they've done in recent years is like the that clause they put in where you can't hold them liable in court for everything, like the same thing.
Oh, the arbitration agreement.
Arbitration, that's the one. Yeah, it's like, oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's become
That
like
reminds me of that
Disney did.
the Disney thing.
Yeah,
The guy
exactly.
who like got food poisoning, and they
And
were trying to
died.
argue that because he'd signed up for Disney Plus trial, they tried to be like, well,
Yeah.
we're not
Too
liable.
bad.
You're not allowed to sue us because you had
Episode
Disney
of
Plus. That kind of thing.
Mandalorian. So
Hope it was worth it.
Yeah.
You know, corporate lawyers are some evil fucks, but they are
Yeah.
really good at working out. Like, you tell them to do something, they will do it.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, in the Disney example, it's just so weird to me because I don't like. No matter how that ends up concluding, it makes Disney look like they are evil. Like why?
It's like, why would you even?
It's not worth it.
Just you need the W's, Disney.
Settle-
Let's be
well,
honest.
yeah,
You need the
settle-
W's.
I mean, or they just need that not to be a thing that is like big news. Like
Yeah.
they settle out of court immediately. I just be like, yeah, sorry about that. Here's $3 million.
Yeah, something like that. Like, you don't want this to be public, but I guess they just don't care. I just don't give a shit. That's very good stuff. Does anyone know what was up with that big YouTube football match that happened in Wembley? I wasn't even aware that was a thing that was happening until I've seen like all the clips online.
Soccer
Wait,
football
what?
or American football?
Soccer, so like
Okay.
on with the ball they kick, only kick, no hands.
Yeah, the one with the name that makes a lot more sense. Got it.
The sport for losers. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
So judging by
Let's
your
go to
guys'
war.
reaction to this, you
I'm
had no
unfamiliar with this, yeah.
fucking clue that was going on. Okay, thank you.
look, I only have one leg. Okay, I'm not playing soccer.
Is this like a football match where a bunch of YouTubers played each other?
So
or
it was
what?
like, well, not it was like the biggest ones basically. So it was like the Siteman. I think it's like a podcast of big. I don't know. I just know them by name, and I think they like almost sold out Wembley Stadium, and they had like Speed there, Kaisenad, the Pauls, like everyone you could imagine. So
So like YouTubers. I thought you meant like it was one that they like broadcast on YouTube. I was
Yeah.
like, this doesn't sound like big news.
XQC was there, like so like tons of people. It was like a massive thing apparently, and I didn't even hear about it up until today, I think.
I'm
Mr.
hearing
Young
about it
makes a
right
good
now.
point. Maybe if I can do distance kicks with my leg, just remove it and throw it at the ball.
Yeah.
I just hate YouTubers.
Well, I got some bad news for you.
Oh no! Don't tell me you're a YouTuber.
No.
At least 3 out of the 4 here. I'm not sure if I still count. Although, I
Well-
mean, my Berserk script is pretty much finished. I really got to work on the structure for the Muso game section. That's definitely the weakest section of the script right now.
Yeah. But apparently they did like a big charity event there, and I don't know how much it raised or whatever. I don't know how it works.
4 million pounds apparently, which
Yeah.
is nice.
I mean, that's nice.
Oh,
I don't.
that's nice.
I basically don't like any one of these YouTubers, but I mean, I can't blame them for doing a big charity event, to be honest. So that's,
I
it's good
appreciate
stuff.
the effort Kaisenet puts into his stuff.
I want to throw rocks at them.
Stop throwing rocks at people. I told you it's not nice. No.
What else am I supposed to
Back
do?
under my bed.
Also suppose his Bloodborne streams did not result in Bloodborne PC port happening immediately, which
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping it would, because he was actually like saying that during his streams. I'm like, okay, a guy with a massive following is now saying this to like millions of people. Please, Sony, listen.
Yeah. I mean, I think hopes went up again when they went to get rid of the 60 FPS mod that the guy did. I forgot his name again. I'm stupid.
Luke
Lance
McDonald.
McDonald.
Yes,
Lance,
that's the guy. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Kaizenat does like crazy get-ups. He had like the Arkham. The Arkham was the last one he did, right? With like the
whole Batcave he made.
the Batcave from It's I mean, he does some crazy.
That's what I mean.
crazy
Like,
stuff,
I don't watch him, but I appreciate that. I'm just like, yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
You're,
I mean,
you're at least putting the money you're making into the content, and that's very noticeable. And I respect it.
I mean, there's been like this new, I don't know if it's argument, beef, or just the topic came up that it was probably Pokimane. She always brings shit up like this, so I just assume it was her. If not, correct me if I'm wrong. Where they've complained like, why is there no like big girl Twitch streamer that has the numbers these guys do? And then everyone just points out, well, because they make like event style things and go around and do exciting things. And then the last big things they did was like them sitting around talking about girl stuff or whatever.
Well, that's the thing. I think it's dumb because it's an argument against content style. It's like, look, that's not what they're trying to do. Like, why do they need to be in a bat cave? Like, is that necessary, or is it kind of cool that Kaizenat's like the guy who does stuff like that? You know, like, and I don't know that the viewer crossover is 1-to-1, right? Like, I'm sure there's not a lot of people. Well, I mean, I guess I don't really know, but how many people are massive Pokimane fans who are also watching every Kaizenat stream?
Yeah, that's probably
few,
not a lot.
But like, yeah.
Not a lot, dude. It's I find it interesting though, because it's always like the biggest ones everywhere that just complain that they're not the even bigger ones. I was like, is there like a point where you just have enough and just enjoy yourself? It's like, it's always find it weird.
It's just, don't complain about it. Just do what you're doing. And if people criticize you for it, it's like, okay, well, I mean, they're probably not your fan. Or
I mean,
your viewer. I mean,
like
I don't know, fans for YouTube seems like a weird thing to say.
I mean, just look at what they do, and you think like, oh, maybe I can do something like this for like another game. They have the spare change to do these crazy things. Just fucking try it out. I don't think they have anything to lose monetary wise with this.
When I was streaming Yakuza Like a Dragon, I did get myself a red Hawaiian shirt, so production value right there. Cost me $30 on Amazon.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being crazy, but I just feel like sometimes the bigger they get, they just forget to just have fun. Want to just enjoy the ride. But obviously, it's like all the loudest ones that are always going viral with the crazy shit they say. You always have like the other big ones that just do their thing. Like I just point to Markiplier. He just does his thing, and then he made like a movie now. And now he's just back on YouTube, just doing the things he enjoys, making videos and plays video games.
Wasn't the movie based on a game too? It was like Iron Lung.
Iron Lung, which I think was a game made by his editor, Elixion, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that was made by like Dave Oshry, I think, right?
Oh.
Yeah, I thought it had something to do with New Blood, but I didn't know if it was just like Andrew Holshow did the soundtrack or something like that.
I guess I mixed things up. But yeah, apparently that's going to come out at some point. And yeah, he's just
Dave
doing his thing.
So yeah, New Blood.
Yeah, Dave Zemansky is the Dusk guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, then I stand corrected.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
No, yeah, awesome. Finally, we have you here so you can correct me. Yes.
Yeah, that's why I came. That was the promise. It was said, when you come on here, you get to correct metal. And I knew, knowing who you are, I'd get lots of opportunities.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm wrong about tons of stuff, too.
Yeah,
you're going to have a field day with me.
It's either that or you drop penises in Gartic Phone or something like that.
Right, yeah. I mean, one or the other.
Yeah. So
mostly chickens, though, to be fair.
That's true, yeah, that's true.
We will be playing Gartic Phone while reviewing hundreds of beavers.
Don't tempt me. I've played Gartic Phone with some other friends this weekend.
Do not constantly draw a beaver challenge.
It's funny. They like, it's only us 5 like me and my other friends is us five, and some of them is like, but I'm so bad at drawing. It's like, yes, that's the point. We all are. Well, like, it doesn't matter. And then we did the thing where you have to draw the top, middle, and bottom of a creature, and that's becoming like my favorite one to do in Gothic
Yeah,
Found.
I keep on forgetting that you have to
one's very
draw
good.
inside the dotted line area. Like,
Yeah.
I thought it was like, oh, so this is where I stop. So
My favorite one
we like go.
the favorite one that happened on that Friday was the connector. I think I did just looked like still looked like a neck. So we had like a head, a middle, like a torso, and then another torso.
Yeah.
It's
You didn't
good
consider
stuff.
that if you drew like a neck with shoulders, that other person would like also think that he doesn't just need to draw the middle of a torso.
Yeah. It was kind of Gothic Phone is just so amazing. I'm still flabbergasted that they don't make like a paid version. I would happily pay $10-15 for that by now. I got so many hours out of that game. It's so good, and they keep adding new shit. Like they're great.
Yeah, the writing one they added quite recently. That one is really, really very funny.
That was a
Maybe
sleeper
they're
hit
selling
when
our
we first started. It was like, I don't know how well this is gonna go, but it was like really funny. It was really good
It's
stuff.
yeah, I
quite
remember
quick
that
as
one.
well because you don't have to wait
Yeah.
for people to draw.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good stuff.
Yeah. You're talking about the story writing one we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one. I think I was better at that than I've ever been at one of the drawings. What really blew my mind, though, is the time I used my tablet. I found out I'm worse drawing with a tablet and a stylus than I am with a fucking mouse. I was like, man, I've been playing shooters for too long.
Yeah. Well, Metal, when EA acquires the studio, you shall have your wish. They need to know. They need to not do that, please.
Go the
They
route
should
I mean-
they should stop buying studios and just focus on their own games, so they release like a proper game once in a while.
I mean,
think that's a good
EA's
idea.
been like closing things down, right? Like, I mean, the kind of big third-party publishers like Ubisoft and EA I seem to be constantly hearing about layoffs and closures from them more than anything else. It's like Microsoft who's doing all the acquisitions.
Yeah, apparently Acclaimed is back. Those guys are back. That's
yeah,
interesting.
but like
What did
they
they do?
come out and they say, "Oh, we're doing all of our legendary franchises," and I'm like, "What legendary NBA Jam? Do you own that anymore? Can you
I
ever?
mean, yeah, like
what
Mortal
legendary
Kombat would be
franchises does
one,
Acclaim
too, and
have?"
that's WB that owns Mortal Kombat, even though the last
Didn't-
Mortal Kombat game was trash.
Didn't they also do Turok back in the
trash.
day? But those are already out there. I think they're actually aren't they like
I don't think they own any IPs anymore.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, hey, they
Weird.
made. Oh wait, or was it Midway? Who made Doom 64? I think it might have been Acclaim. Ran like shit, but if you play it now, it's pretty. The levels are really good. I played Doom 64 for the first time. Like, oh, that's probably a little while ago now, maybe like
Acclaimed
6 years ago,
games.
and I was pretty impressed by it. I was like, oh wow, these Doom levels were just sitting here.
I've never heard of Acclaim.
oh goddammit.
Oh, you absolutely have. You probably just don't. The name's not ringing a bell.
If
If you've
I
ever
played
been to
one-
an arcade in like the 90s or 2000s, you've seen tons of Acclaim games.
well, unfortunately for you, I was 4 in the 90s. And then it
Well,
was
okay, so
2000s.
how old were you in 2001 then?
What happened in 2001? I was 5.
I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, wait, how are you 5 in 2001 if you were 4 in the 90s? That doesn't make any sense.
In 2000, I would be 4. Well, yeah, no, you're right. I guess I'd be 3, and then 2000, turned 4.
Whatever, man. Like, you ever been to a Dave and Buster's? Like, I guess not recently, but
I played one game at David.
have you ever seen NFL Blitz? Like, are you aware of that game?
Oh, wait, they made that game? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Why didn't you just say that?
Well, I mean,
It's arcade
I said
shit.
it was a whole shitload of arcade games.
I played 2 games at the arcade. I don't know.
Or am I getting like Midway's owned by Acclaim, right? Like those are the same because I feel like I always see their logos together. I might be mixing them up. Whatever. Moriarty,
I don't
correct me.
think so. I don't think so. Yeah, I'd have to Google.
Yeah, so yeah, they're doing whatever they do. Let's I guess I have to see what they're up to. I don't know.
Speaking of games from the 90s, I played a good chunk of Ocarina of Time the other day.
You
and
did.
actually, yesterday, I finished the Water Temple. And I
Ooh.
actually didn't think it was that difficult.
Yeah, if
It's definitely complicated, but it's like I figured it out. I didn't have to look anything up.
I know how to do it these days. It's just annoying to get the level where you want it to be, because when you realize, oh shit, I need to get it all the way back up or down, it's just like, fine,
maybe,
gotta go
but
there.
like also there's 3 switches and they can only be activated in order. So like, I mean, once you know where they are and you know how to get to them, and also it's like the critical path that leads you to each one. So
Yeah.
knowing that the second one's in the middle, the only thing that you really need to worry about, and I don't know. The one thing that tripped me up and had me wandering around for a bit is one of the small keys is just above the room with the first water raise level thing, and it's on the second level, and it's a bomb wall. And yeah, that took me some time. But once I found that key, it was all good.
I think the one path that always fucked me over that I didn't remember, I think it's in the middle, and you have to raise the water at least 1 up, and then you have to go below a block that floats up. If you don't realize that's a thing that happens, this gets a little confusing.
Yeah, that took a second too.
But also these days, I know
I wandered around the area and I was like, okay, I don't see anywhere to go. And then I saw that path there and I was like, oh, down here. There we go. Iron boots on.
Yeah. Also, yes, we're talking about the water temple in Ocarina.
Yeah, and like, I mean, I guess I was braced for it to be far more complex and like impenetrable than it actually ended up being. So I was like, oh, well, I mean, I think once you understand the mechanics of this area, it's not that bad. It's a little tedious because sinking isn't very fast, so even when you put the iron boots on, it takes a time to get down, and then once you take them off, you can't actively swim up. You just gotta sort of wait for yourself to float up. And
I think
also go ahead.
I think it's the fact that the game is designed for 8-year-olds, right? And for
maybe,
an 8-year-old,
well,
that's
I mean,
probably a pretty difficult.
I'm a 41-year-old man now, so that might be why.
But also these days, I know if you angle your jump correctly all the way at the top, you can just get to the water race thing that goes all the way to the top by just aiming correctly, and then Link does like a little and then he grabs properly and climbs up.
Right, I just drank some water. Do I sound better now? Apparently I sound froggy.
No, you still sound like a frog.
Oh, okay. Jojo's sick. My poor little puppy. She's probably going to be pretty quiet.
James been dealing with a stomach flu for 3 days, and there's no sign of it getting better. Well, someone's going to go to the doctor tomorrow.
Someone's going to die. Bye, James.
Or that. Hello.
F's in chat for James.
F in chat for James. Please subscribe for more dead chat members.
Apparently, frog voice is something I now have to address in my old age.
Good memes and schleems. James got mega AIDS and cancer at the same time. I hate when that happens. God damn.
Someone in the chat thought I was 27. Nice. Apparently, I'm looking good by how my voice sounds.
Yes, let's go.
That's the opposite with me, Mark, because I did a stream for my 33rd birthday a couple of weeks ago, and there were people in chat like, "What the fuck? You're only 33? You sound like you're in your 40s." Which, I mean, I'll take that, I guess.
And me, I'm just looking forward to my 14th birthday here. You guys, boy.
Oh no, we're streaming with a minor.
Oh. Anyway, let's talk about sex.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
That's a terrible way to follow that up. let's do this whole podcast assuming that Moriarty's 14.
Oh no.
Well, we should probably take me off because I can't help myself. I say terrible things.
Oh man. See, I wanted to say something, but now I forgot. So.
Well, we do have a movie to talk about, so I guess we can
nobody
get
cares
on that.
I don't care about movies.
I think people care.
What's movies? Do you watch those or something?
I do think this will be an interesting movie to talk about.
Yes.
Mostly because a lot of it is sight gag and what would be the word for it? Callbacks, like and so like there's kind of not much to analyze except for just the way it's made and structured. But it also is extremely funny, and you should watch it.
I don't know. I can analyze a lot of the jokes. A lot of them come from, at least some of them appear to be references to Looney Tunes.
Oh yeah, I mean, and that's kind of what I was going to say. So for everyone who doesn't know about the movie that we're talking about, and you just see hundreds of beavers, and you're expecting like, I don't know, that Morgan Freeman Penguin documentary about beavers. This movie is not that, not even close to being anything like that. In fact, there's not a single actual beaver in this film.
What do you mean? They were completely real.
The way I would probably describe it is an old school silent film made with kind of Sin
What the hell is going on with my footage here? Okay.
I don't know.
Sorry, I just had a spaz out.
But it's made with like Sin City style green screen filmmaking techniques, combining live action and animation in a way that is kind of unique and stylized at all times, as opposed to be trying to achieve anything close to being realistic. And it's also like a Looney Tunes cartoon, and it's structured almost, at least this whole second half of it, like a survival crafting game.
It kind of is, yeah.
We were really talking about last week as one of the game genres that I don't really play, but at least, I mean, there's very video gamey things in this movie constantly, but it's also just like a totally absurd comedy film.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of influences by video games. Apparently, if I read up about it a little bit, and apparently they took inspiration from like the Mario games, but that's like one of the ones I don't really see that much.
Maybe some of the stuff towards the end.
Yeah, some of the jumping stuff that happens,
the
like
platforming, yes, with the log canals, I guess, or what would you call those? Like flumes.
Also, that
inside the extremely high tech beaver dam. Spoilers.
Yeah. There's a couple of sounds in here that I swear come straight out of Lufia 2. Lufia 2, whatever. It's an SNES a JRPG from back in the day. The first video game I ever remember playing, actually.
Oh, there you go.
That's when they have like exclamation points above their head. The sound that makes sounds like it's out of there, but I don't know exactly where. But I do remember that sound for sure. So yeah. Also, this game. Now I said this game. This movie doesn't have like almost no It almost has no dialogue. I think there's a couple of no's and mms and stuff.
The characters make sound.
It's like less than 10 words.
Yeah, the characters like communicate very like it's very clear like what the characters are communicating to each other, but it's almost, with one exception, it's done without them actually speaking.
Yeah.
There's one time when a character speaks, and it's when he says the name of the movie, when we get like the the silent movie cards where it appears on the screen. Yeah. That's the only time when a character actually speaks, apart from, I guess, the song, but then the song is like a surrealist intro type deal. It's not a character actually speaking to us.
Non-diegetic.
I think there was like a phrase, or obviously there's like no's,
I
right?
think
but that's
the Master Trapper says up, I think, when he's trying to get them to climb away from the wolves.
Okay.
Maybe. But like, yeah, there's like maybe a phrase here and there, but the phrase is like a reference to the fact that they're not talking. But yeah, there's not really dialogue. Like these are like very like exceptions to what the movie is using as a rule. If that makes sense.
There's also lots of sounds that are like sound effects that are sounds that the person is making, like the whistle that calls the woodpecker, and some of the screams that are. It's like canned sound effects that are repeating, but they use those so that it's like better than it would have been if it was like an actor delivering it differently each time.
It's those sequences. I was going to say just very quickly, those sequences where he kind of learns about a particular thing and then he remembers it and kind of weaponizes it. Like those reminded me of Shaun of the Dead. You've got the sequence when they're saying, we go to the pub, we kill Phil, we wait for this all to blow over. And then they keep changing the plan and running through it very slightly quicker. And they use sound effects in the same way to, I guess, just speed run what they're doing each time. So you'll have the whistle, the scream, the falling off the tree, and then you cut straight to the payoff because you've seen it 4 times by that time. So you understand what's good. It uses the sound effects to make sure that you understand what's actually going on.
The scream like was really something I noticed that's like very similar to Looney Tunes, right? Because they always have the scream where it's like it doesn't match the character's voice at all, but it's like this real deep guttural scream, and it's very similar in that way. It's not the same, but similar.
Are you referring to the one where he has his arm stuck in the bear trap and it just goes on for ages?
Yes.
That was so good. This movie is like in contention for like one of the funniest movies I've ever seen. I don't know if that's the same for you guys. I love everything about it. I think it's fantastic.
I'll happily rewatch it plenty of times. The escalation that happens in this movie, like it just ramps up over and over and over again, and it's glorious. It's really good.
I think if I watched this movie drunk, I would actually just piss myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when I think I watched the trailer. I think my brother mentioned this film to me, and I watched the trailer and was like, okay, that looks interesting enough. It looks very funny, and I'll watch it. But I was kind of worried that it was going to be like a one joke film, where the joke is that the animals are, I mean, I won't reveal what they are yet, but that's made clear in the trailer. And that it wouldn't actually have to write jokes and be clever and be funny, and it would just be like funny because of how absurd the concept is. And that then if the movie, you know, it could overstay its welcome, feel like it's going on for too long. But this is the rare comedy, I think, that gets better and better the longer the movie goes. It's pretty clearly split into like 3 acts.
Yes.
And the third one is just completely off the rails. Like constant callbacks to things that happened in the first like hour and a half of the movie. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah,
Whereas a lot of times in comedies,
you need to know and remember a bunch of the things that happened in the first 2 acts in order to get, like I said, it's hard to not compare it to a video game because it's just to understand the mechanics. Because this world has very specific mechanics that are adhered to quite well.
Yeah.
And if you don't understand that like thing, I guess the woodpecker whistle is kind of like the easiest one because it's a very specific thing that has a very specific result every single time.
Yes.
And it's pretty neat when by the time you get to the last act and you see how they use all these things in a way that is ultra clear that they thought about it very, very hard. It's not just for the whole winter survival sequence at the beginning, I kind of was under the impression that this was because I saw the runtime of the movie and I was like, geez, this thing's almost 2 hours. I thought it was going to be 2 hours of this guy in the woods just doing Looney Tunes gags. And I was pleasantly surprised to find that there's more to it than that.
Yeah, it like the movie kind of as a whole really does demand the attention of the viewer because of how it obviously is a silent movie, but it signifies information to the audience almost entirely through visuals, and then you do have the audio cue to help with certain gags, which means that if you're not paying attention, then you're not going to follow the insane logic of the movie, which means that the comedy and the plot is going to almost certainly be completely lost on you.
Absolutely.
Or at the very least, it's going to seem more haphazard and not nearly as well thought out.
Yes.
Yeah, you need to know the rules, and they stick to them.
Yeah, because like
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, like the story broadly, I guess it's the story of like a man who loses his purpose right at the start of the film, and then he decides to harness cartoon physics in order to pursue a new purpose.
Yeah.
So it's like it's about a man who is made useless and then he becomes useful. And the various things that he tries throughout the film, for the most part, they don't work. And even when he's learning from another character who is smarter and more experienced than him, he will try and do the same thing in his own way, and it might kind of work, and then he will gradually improve, which is where a lot of the comedy comes from. And that's something that I really liked, is that it's tied very closely to the character.
Yeah, and the first thing that I guess we should set up the premise. So this animated sequence here is his I guess cider brewery that is eventually destroyed by beavers. At which point he ends up out in the wilderness and is at first just kind of trying to survive. So we see him trying to build a fire for the night. And this is one situation in which I think if you knew a pretty critical thing about winter survival is that's why you got to build a lean-to. So if you get a space between 2 trees, put some sticks in between it, and then kind of make a trellis with anything you can that'll block the wind. super necessary for protecting your fire, because especially a weak fire can be blown out by the wind. So we see him making a fire, being warm for like 2 seconds, the wind blowing it out. So he goes to the other side to block the wind, and then the wind changes directions. And there's a whole sequence where he gets the fire going, the wind changes directions, and he's freezing again until he ends up lying on the coals and then wakes up on fire.
And then the next time you see him sat in that location, he's learned from his mistake, and I believe he's built a snowman to block the wind.
Yeah, it's the
I think it's a snowman. Yeah.
So that he can block 2 sides at once.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
great. Just the structure of the film is just the character like encountering mistakes and then learning from them, becoming more successful, and then as a result, the gags and the failures become more complex. Which I really, really like that. I just find it so funny how this film delivers its jokes to you, because it's a very silly movie, but it's also really smart.
That's kind of what I was saying. It's like this could just be a bunch of slapstick sight gags, and it would make for a funny YouTube video. But the level of effort they put into making it consistent, I think, is extremely commendable.
Absolutely.
Just to clarify, Applejack is brandy, not cider.
Oh, really?
Oh, I thought it was cider. Fair enough.
Well, the barrel
that was
says
just
cider on it when it goes in there.
He's an Applejacker, though. It's brandy. Like, you take apple cider and turn it into liquor.
Oh, it's that way around. Okay.
I don't drink brandy. Brandy is made from cider?
It's made from fruit.
Okay.
Wine,
Okay.
And then applejacking as a term in America, at least, is also when you take a wine yourself, right, and you turn it into liquor by distilling it in your house. So he's an applejacker. He's making really strong moonshine liquor.
I see.
That makes sense.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like this film after a while, right? So the first 10 to 20 minutes is it's sort of painful for me, actually. I think that when he was in the forest and, you were talking about hoping it wasn't just that. Me too. Because I don't know that I could have made it through this entire film if I wasn't expected to have seen the entire film, right? The first act didn't hit me as particularly funny or interesting. It just kind of felt, I don't want to say bad, but it wasn't good, right? Like I felt like I was just kind of watching a low budget thing that wasn't really hitting me. But as it goes through the film, boy, it does change. That second act is a godsend for the film. It's so much.
Absolutely.
As soon as it happens, it's just so much better. And it's interesting to compare sort of my experiential memory of the beginning of the film versus the end of the film, because by the end of the film, I found it so creative, just wildly creative. I was super impressed by the story structure and the gags and everything. I mean, the beaver dam entirely went in a direction I wasn't expecting. And like the windows specifically the windows that the guards were standing in, I thought it was so visually fascinating, right? And I don't know, the jokes that did land were super funny, like super funny after that first act, right? The first third of the film was just, and I don't know if it's because I finally got it or the gags just got better, but once we got the screaming frog being taken away by a skunk in a box, or just the entire horse, right? Or the snowman that slowly got more muscular. I mean,
yes.
Once Gene starts following the fur trapper and the film starts to revolve around that core concept, I felt that the gags became just so much better, And this is one of those films that I think if I ever tell somebody to watch it, I'm gonna have to tell them you gotta put in the
time. Give
time.
it time. Yeah.
You really do
absolutely.
have to. You really do have to. And eventually, right? Eventually the references and stuff, they all come together. And it does wear its inspirations and its influences on its sleeve, right? We got Looney Tunes, We got Charlie Chaplin, like specifically modern times Charlie Chaplin. You know, the amount of times that I was reminded of other films was sort of wild, right? Whether it be, I know, Mark, you said Sin City. I thought Sin City too. And then Kung Fury. And then Leslie Nielsen films like Naked Gun, you know, they're all in there. And then those references that do come through, right? As we go later into the film. And I know, so do we spoil too much here? I don't know your format.
I mean, we don't really go from front to back as we do, but I guess everybody's just doing their blurbs right now. So, I mean, just go crazy.
So, like, for example, the references I find to be, you know, very subtle but very clear. So the lawyer Beaver, for example, which is very clearly Better Call Saul, because there's all the Saul characters in the jury, and it is totally missable, and it affects absolutely nothing at all other than to make the film better if you even catch it in the first place. And that's kind of like what all of the references that I found in the film were these things where if you missed it, no problem, it doesn't affect it at all. And if you get it, it's okay. It doesn't actually make the film worse.
I mean, I haven't seen Better Call Saul, so I had no chance to even do that. But it's like a thing. And if you want to do references, make them, but don't ruin your story because you want to make a reference or make it cringe or something.
Yes, and it doesn't feel key jangly at all, right? There's no just, hey, look at me. It's very, very cool. And when you do catch them, you go, oh, hey, look, that, I love it. And it's really, really good. And, you know, just all over, man. And, geez, this film, like, the budget is so clearly low, right?
It was $150,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's shocking.
Yeah.
And yet, at no point did the film feel like a cheap production, right? Like, at no point was I sitting here going, wow, this is just so cheap. No, it was incredibly consistent, and boy, the visual language that they chose was just so good. So good.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I don't know if we're gonna go like super strict through from front to back with this one, because it's just gonna be a whole, that would just be explaining what's happening on screen, because as said, there's no dialogue
that's kind of what I meant.
to get into. But it should be made clear. There's things they set up here that is gonna be important later on in this, because there is a story that's going on, and I'm gonna say it right now here. It is a much stronger story structure than everything Marvel I've seen in recent days. So that's good already. It's Looney Tunes, but they set rules in their universe, and they remember them, and they use them for jokes. They use them to further the story, and they remember them and do funny stuff with it. It's they set their crazy universe, and they have their rules, and they don't really break them, from what I remember. They just use that to escalate some of the things that happen, and just get creative with it. And I think that's very nice.
Yeah, particularly towards the end, as like not even the big Beaver Dam sequence, but as he starts putting all the pieces together to become like a really great fur trapper by utilizing a bunch of the tricks that, like, I guess not so much tricks. Like I said, I think the only good word for it is the mechanics of the movie and ways to create new and interesting traps so that he can acquire the amount of beavers which he needs in which to, I guess, I mean, well, I mean, his main goal appears to be at least to marry the, what would you call it?
Daughter of the shopkeeper, I guess.
Yeah.
Shopkeeper, but like, I mean, I guess it's also like they're the people who like turn the furs into clothes.
Yeah, the furrier.
It's, the furrier. Yeah, that's what they call it in the movie.
Yeah, the furrier's daughter, who likes him off the bat, and like, but that's not enough. He's got to like win the ability to marry her off her father by effectively completing the video game.
But the thing is, you don't get that direct challenge. Like, if you want to marry my daughter, you need to bring me 100, or bring me hundreds of beavers. You don't get that until about 90 minutes into the movie.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at the same time, you kind of do, because the master fur trapper brings the big sack of beavers that is pretty similar to the one at the end. And
It's more
he
Chekhov's
imme-
gunny, right? Like that's the
Yeah,
thing.
like
It's not that we're shown explicitly that this is the goal. It's that we're shown that it is a possibility and how to
Mhm.
achieve that possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was very quickly basically all of Act 2 is him learning how to catch wild animals, and then basically Act 3, or I guess the end of Act 2 and all of Act 3 is him then using the skills that he's learned in order to achieve the goal that he wants, which is to be able to marry the daughter.
Yeah.
But the prospect of that being kind of an option, that's presented from the very first scene where you meet the daughter. So yeah, it is established as something that he wants to do. He just doesn't know how to do it. So
Yeah, like
I guess just to address Philip's comment there, it's like no, the daughter and the guy trying to marry her are both human.
Yeah.
There are a lot of furry suits in this film, though, but I guess I kind of spoiled the thing about it, though. But
Yeah,
anyways,
a
they're
little
the animals, though. They're treated as animals, not as people dressed as animals.
Mm-hmm.
it's back to the daughter thing. Like it's pretty much established from first sight that they like each other, right? But the rules in which he can be with the daughter are immediately shot down because he doesn't get them because the shopkeeper hates his guts. And he's like, no, you're without saying it, he's like, no, you're a bitch.
He's a
Like,
level 1 character right now.
Yep. And he wants Chad Santa to marry his daughter instead.
Exactly.
yeah, because this is like the setting is like the 1900s, so obviously you want your daughter to be, with someone who is successful, and you have what was his name, Gene, who's just a drunk schmuck. He's like, no, hey Trapper, you're good. How about you marry my daughter? And it's funny because the master trapper's like, is it John?
Jean? I mean, Jean to me is Jean. But I mean that might be a Canadian thing.
I
read it as Gene too, but I think either one, right?
Oh, what about Picard? Jean-Luc Picard. That's
he's French.
Yeah, French.
But it's like the Jean is spelled.
This guy's an American
J-E-A-N,
applejacker.
I don't know.
Yeah. Also, we don't care what the French say, so.
Pretty much.
Fuck the French.
Do we know that this is taking place in America as opposed to
around
Canada?
Michigan, I guess, because or Wisconsin, I think.
It is in the summary. 1 second, I will check it again.
Oh, it is? Okay. I thought it was just Looney Tunes World.
Well,
no,
because
they show the map at the end when the beaver dam breaks and it creates.
Yeah, you're right.
Great Lakes.
Oh, yeah, that's a good
Creates
point.
Green Bay.
Oh yeah, I did do that.
He
Yep.
jacks off apples.
No,
gross.
it just is
Oh.
North American. It could be either one, but I'm gonna call him Gene because I think it's funnier. And fuck the French.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Obviously. Anyway, again, in the couple of things in this first section where they have the big old sing song and all the people come around to get drunk on his Applejack. We set up that one, he's a big old drunk when party gets started. Two, this Applejack is highly flammable, very, very flammable, in a way that it explodes his house and every single one of his apple trees. That will be important that it's flammable. And if you haven't seen this movie, you have no idea what it's going to be for. If you actually guess it, I'll be impressed. Because I had no idea where this was. We're going that direction.
No, completely.
Yeah. Because you also see
high-tech beavers,
that
that's the hit.
they also see, we also see that there's two beavers in all those pelts those travelers had that go in here and steal one of his big old Applejack barrels. And if you see this, it's like, oh man, that's annoying. I don't know why the Beavers would do this, but I guess this is just a wacky movie. They just felt like being a bit mischievous, if you, I guess. But we will get more on the Beavers as we go along. But those are like the three important bits we actually do need to remember in this wacky Looney Tunes movie, because again, this is like an actual 3-act structure with story elements in it. It just doesn't have any dialogue for the most part.
I did not remember until I saw it in the dam. I was like, oh.
Yeah,
only one of them did blow up.
Yeah,
Yeah, they do a good job with that, don't they? Like they set this film really does, and boy, I wouldn't have said it after the first 20 minutes, but everything you see is actually really valuable.
It is. It is.
It sets so many expectations, and then it really does use everything it shows you. Even if it's just for, a few minutes, it's there, right? Even this right here, where we see him popping out of the snow, and the snow is on his head. They use that minutes later to show you that he is again buried in the snow.
Yeah.
It's really surprisingly smart. And I was blown away by that realization later on in the film.
Yeah.
They also, there's a part of that same revelation where you get the barrel, which I won't say what happens yet until we get there, but there's one of my favorite scenes for like character growth. There's a very important character moment that like demonstrates clearly his character growth that you get at that exact moment, which I really like, and I'll point it out when we get there.
Yeah. Also, I like the idea because we see all his trees go up in flames. And it's like, anyway, winter starts and he comes out of the snow, full beard and everything. Like he's been hibernating in there for like a couple of months. Just gets out of the thing. Also, the icicles in his nose. It's just funny.
Yeah, even those get used.
They
the
do.
snot and the sneeze.
I mean, even the thing that you would expect to be like a one-off joke when he grabs like the twig and it's like, oh, let me get myself out, and it just gets it makes more snow fall on him and bury him again. That also comes back up again when he's set on fire or something, and then he just finds a twig, pulls it, and gets the snow on him, so he's out.
Yeah, they use it as like a toilet gag, as if he's flushing a toilet, and then the water or the snow falls on him. So
yeah. But what's also funny is if he's checking his farm, his apple farm, I guess, and everything is still like kind of smoking. So it's just kind of funny that he was like cleanly shaved, and then he comes out of the snow, full beard, rugged hair, but still everything is still as if it just burned. And yeah, he just kind of looks around the thing and says, yep. Not a bit of a bad time. And yeah, immediately tries to do the surviving. He tries to get a fire going for like a full day. And then we get to that joke that you guys already talked about. It's like, oh, there's the wind coming, and it blows out the fire. And he blocks it with his body, and then the the wind comes from the other side, and then it just goes back and forth. And I think is it here already? Where he just lies on top of the fire, and then he sets himself on fire. Then the next morning, he's like, "Ah, God!" And then he does the toilet flush thing. He's like, it's just like already. It's like, oh, they already used like these things and got a bit creative with it, and it's like a bit of a precursor. And yeah, I felt a little bit the same as Em did. I was like, oh yeah, this is kind of fun, but I mean, I'm not like laughing my ass off right now. But
is this going to be 2 hours of this guy in the wilderness doing like sight gags?
But there's a massive escalation over time, and it just gets more crazy, and it's just everything on top. And obviously we get there. But yeah, he falls back asleep. He goes back up, wants to go lean on the tree, and it's like, oop, that was cut off, or well, this shape mostly means it's been eaten by beavers, right? And that's like a common trope in like comic stuff, right? If it's shaped like with this big pointy thing, it's like, oh, those were beavers. And then he suddenly falls into a hole, and you're like, oh, that was random, or is it?
Yeah.
That happens I thought 3 or 4 times, I think. Is that? I think that's the second time it happens. I think it happens earlier, but I might be misremembering.
I think it does.
I think that's the thing that kind of signified to me that, oh my God, is this just going to be like random things happen to this guy constantly in the forest? Because I was like, well, a hole just appeared out of nowhere, and like, this is kind of funny, but also it's like, why did that happen?
But then
I guess
the tunnels.
That's really. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say the tunnels and the holes, I guess, revealed that there's tunnels underneath. That is all then used by him because he's learning what they are by accidentally falling into them. So when you do see it happen for the first time, it does just seem like lol, so random. But on its own, it's not. I think it's because when you see that happen, you're kind of expecting like that is a joke when it's actually a setup for character stuff and jokes later down the line.
Yeah.
So because I've seen this film now twice, and I definitely enjoy it more the second time, but first time I loved it to begin with. So
Yeah. So now we also see for the first time, this is how the animals are gonna be looking for this movie. They have just these Halloween costumes, basically.
No furry content in this, but the animals are not romantically engaged by the humans.
Yeah, so they basically got a couple
they
of
treat them as if they are animals.
They got a couple of guys, and those are the animals. This is the animals he'll be hunting. And it's gonna be bunnies and beavers and everything.
The fish though are like little crochet puppets.
Yeah, it's really fun.
And the frog.
The frog is so good. I love the frog so much.
I really like the bird. The woodpecker.
And and the worms. Yeah, there's a bunch of
right? A woodpecker.
It may be both, depending on the shot. Potentially, there's definitely like a bird puppet that they use.
Right.
Yeah, because a lot of, as I was mentioning with the Sin City comparison, it seems like a lot of the action in this movie is told by like in editing animation. Like there's a whole lot of keyframing in this movie. So when I say animated, it's not necessarily someone drew pictures and animated them traditionally. It's just really creative use of editing software.
Yeah, this is like After Effects, the movie, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it said on the IMDb or the wiki or something, that one of the guys was really good at After Effects, and they used that for the most part. Also, the reason why they took the actor they have is basically because he was really good at falling down. And that's why he got the role. I think
he does do that a lot.
They were
he
friends
falls
as well.
down a whole bunch in this movie.
Also, by the way,
I guess honestly, my biggest question about the production would be how much of this is actually shot outside versus on a green screen.
I don't know.
I would have to imagine quite a lot, because it's not done in the sort of where like they're trying to fake like a 3D space and you have like almost like you could green screen it and everyone is in the foreground. Yeah. They don't do that very, like in the third act when things go off the walls. That is going to be done quite a lot more, where you have green screened actors pretending to be climbing a ladder or whatever, and then you have this big green screened, or I guess it probably isn't a matte painting, but that kind of technology. Whereas for a lot of the wilderness stuff, it genuinely feels like they went and got a camera and just filmed the guys in fursuits running around.
Yeah, which like, I mean, you know, going outside isn't all that expensive. So like, I mean, honestly, I think the biggest trick to filming in winter is fog on the lens is a big one. And like if it's snowing and then you're constantly having to clean the lens off, because if it gets there, then you got snow and like water on the lens effectively. But keeping your stuff dry is probably the biggest thing.
There's also regarding the editing, there's, I mean, the bits that we're seeing on the screen now where like his stomach rumbles and you have that, you have that kind of editing.
Yeah.
But also so much of the comedy I found in the film comes from the way that different things are kind of abruptly edited into others, and when the music will just like disappear or sound effects will pop up when you wouldn't necessarily expect them. So like so much of the comedy comes from the way that the film is actually I guess edited together. But it's all really, really deliberate, and because it happens like so often, they very clearly planned this from the start. It wasn't that they filmed a bunch of bullshit and then stitched it together in a quote unquote funny way.
Yeah, and I think for Moriarty and I, that was kind of our concern in the first bit. It was like, is this just going to be funny things happening? Haha, guy out in the wilderness and pratfalls. But no, it's more tightly structured than that.
Yeah, you really just got to give it a chance. It's so maybe this is just because it's on my brain, but this feels like Metroidvania the film, right? Like it's
I can see that, yeah.
Unlocking things to you.
Yeah, especially when we get to that second part when he does like all his shenanigans.
In particular, Act 2, definitely.
Yeah, there really doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of waste in this film, right? Like there's not a whole lot that they're showing you that they don't use at some point in some way for some sort of a payoff. And usually it's multiple payoffs that build on each other until you do get to that end. And I mean, like just about everything that this man does is used later on in some way.
Yeah.
Up to and including just things rolling in snow, creating massive snowballs.
Yeah. to make.
What we're kind of seeing on screen here, and he's using it now to make bait for rabbits by.
Yeah,
making a
you
sexy
know what you can
rabbit
make out of snowballs is rabbit boobs.
Yes. Yeah.
Is another very video gamey thing, like original Mario Brothers. Like you run out one side of the screen and then you pop up on the other
Yeah.
side.
No, he's getting desperate. I do enjoy when he first tries to catch that bunny. They just fall down both at the same time. They trip. That kind of got me. It was like I didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah, I said Mario again. I've been trying to train myself to say Mario because people make fun of me.
But that's one of my favorite gags. Just everyone keeps tripping.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, well, because he does it because he's, I mean, he's a drunk and he also doesn't really know what he's doing. But there are loads of gags kind of related throughout the film to the animal suits that the guys playing the animals are wearing. Sometimes they'll struggle to walk and like they'll adjust their heads a bit because because they can't see properly and they'll bump into each other. But they just play it totally straight. And
I mean, when you see
funny.
this one for the first time, the bunny from the bag, he just kind of pulls up his pants below the suit or something. It just stands there and it's like, that's yeah. Yeah, there you go, there it is.
The scene where the native fur trapper mounts the horse.
Oh god, yes.
That would kill me.
Let's not spoil that. When we have that on screen, I think it'll be funnier to people.
Yeah.
You know, seeing this this rabbit, I don't know, decoy, I guess, reminds me of another one of the many influences that this film again just wears right on its sleeves, which is Monty Python, right? Like this is just the most Monty Python-esque of animation styles, and as you're watching it, it just really, like, I don't know, leans into that pretty hardcore.
Yeah, it's fun stuff. It's like, oh man, what can we do next? And it's like, how about we play bowling with those balls, and I'll just try to kill them that way so I can eat them because I'm very hungry.
This whole sequence of him trying to catch the rabbits is just it's Tom and Jerry, it's Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. It's all that. It's so good.
Yeah, and it's all while still using the bait with the snow bunny that he made. Is like trying to do the bowling, and then first time he misses, second time the holes just go exactly over the three guys that stand there, and he's like, "What the? Why? It's the." And then he does.
That's one of my favorite gags.
Yeah, he does like two of them with like bras in their hands. No idea where he got those from, but they just look at them. And then the joke is those two are a couple. They're gay. It's like gay bunnies. I'm not interested in it. I think, doesn't he do like a face? I guess you could see it here. Yeah, he goes like,
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah. Oh yeah, then he does like the big carrot.
This is the carrot, yeah.
Yeah, and then
I
one
think
guy.
This is the first time where you get the guy adjusting his rabbit head when he's fighting the other one.
Because the one guy's like, yeah, this is clearly bait. Like, I'm leaving, and the other one is like, I'm hungry, dog.
It's like, well, I don't know. That's a pretty big carrot.
That's a pretty big carrot. It's like he's a boy. It's like, no, I want to get it. Like, trust me.
Right
yeah, he does adjust his head, just fall over and everything.
Throws the guy.
What I think is also interesting about this is that it shows us something that we'll see throughout the film, which is that he is learning, right, what works. Okay, so we know that I can trick them with a decoy, right? That works, but we can't trick all of them with a female bunny decoy.
Yeah.
So what does work? Oh, we can use carrots. Okay, now I know that they like the carrots, and we see the carrots later on throughout the film that he has learned that they like carrots. And boy, I'm thinking about it, really is just Metroidvania. The film, right?
It's a good way to put it, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because the one bunny gets closer and he pushes it, and the carrot just doesn't go straight because, of course, it doesn't. The way it's shaped, it's like, oh, damn it. And then he falls into another hole, and he's like, "What's
also
these
really
holes?"
funny about that is there's a moment where realistic physics is applied in a way that doesn't really seem to be what's happening for most of the rest of the film. It's like, yeah, no, if a thing of that shape rolls that way, it won't just roll straight down because it's angled. So
yeah. But yeah, then he falls into another hole, and then he comes out at his old Applejack house farm. He's like, oh, that's weird. And he goes back inside, and he's somewhere else, where where we saw him the first time, I think, go into the hole. He's like, what's going on here? That's kind of weird. And then he sees a couple of beavers. Also, all right, I see this again now. Do you guys think, I'm gonna show this to chat here as well. Do you guys think this spells anything out? I tried really hard to see if there's anything that spells out, because it looks like there's kind of a D or something somewhere. Maybe it's just...
No, I don't know.
Maybe,
I don't think so.
Maybe it just kind of looks
I
like
wasn't
it.
tracking that those were letters, really.
Yeah, I didn't think that was the case.
Okay,
Like, I see what you're getting at, but
the way it's shaped, like
Play
some of the
summon Satan.
some of the things just kind of line up a little bit. So it's like, does it like say beavers or something? And then I looked, it's like, I don't think it says anything. But you know these pictures where you have like things aligned in a certain way, and then it kind of looks like there's something spelled, or we have like a face
the
or something.
Suicide Squads that they did that for the title cards, where they were like these really complex
Right.
structures that then the camera kind of swings past and then it will say the name. I think it was the Suicide Squad that did that, but
Okay.
I don't think that's what this is. I think this is just meant to be him realizing kind of the Beavers are up to something.
Yeah. Like even like it was, I don't know, I was just curious if maybe it's just my disability, temporary disability,
German's gone
situational
crazy,
disability.
Yeah, situational disability.
ADPBB. Oh, obviously, yes. Evidlitz. Okay, fine. I guess I was just imagining things. But yeah, he sees that there's beavers around, and they're bringing some logs to a big old dam. Wait, do we see this here? Hang on, maybe
I don't believe we do, because there's kind of a running joke that when anytime he's near the beavers, the dam gets bigger and bigger, and he doesn't notice.
Oh no, this is where they see him. I just saw it. But he sees 2 slices of pizza because he's still hungry. Then he just runs towards them, and he tackles one of
animal
them.
he sees starts turning into pizza. Like, I think it doesn't the egg at one point too. Like he sees the egg, and then I think he sees a fried egg for a moment, and then it turns into pizza.
It might do, yeah.
Which might be right. There's so many visual gags in this film that there's no way you're going to get them all on the first time.
There's
It's so dense.
a lot of funny physical stuff, like here where he just tackles the one beaver while the other one just tries to hold the log. It's like, oh shit, and then they kick the shit out of him.
Yeah, this guy is quite good at physical comedy. Like, which is good because he has to do a lot of it in this movie.
And then after this, I think he slides into one of them and just knocks him out. I think.
Yeah, you could tell. When they filmed it, they were like, right, so just get on this little toboggan and you're just going to slide into those guys.
It's on screen right now. Look at this. He was like, whoa, bam.
It kind of does seem like the guys are a little pissed. They're like, what? Ow, that hurt more than I was supposed to.
Yeah, what trips over the log? It's just absolute carnage. And then they kick the shit out of him again because he failed again. The numbers game, man. It's too many.
Yeah, for me at this point, it was actually the realization that this film is going to be this, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is when I was like, it wasn't a good realization, right? Like, this is when I was starting to get really concerned about this film. And it wasn't until a little bit later, right, when we get to what happens after this. But like, it was this part where I was like, I don't think I could watch this film if I wasn't required to.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I think the thing that got me was just the Looney Tune references. I was like, oh yeah, you know what? I'm down for this, right? Obviously, like the movie does like a bit more than just that.
Yeah, see there. But yeah, I can
definitely see how.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there it is. But yeah, I can see how just an hour and 40 minutes of that would turn most people off. It's like,
yeah. I mean, I disagree personally, but I totally understand what you're saying, because like this opening section of the film is, I believe, 20 to 25 minutes long, and it's pretty much this. It's him learning how to do the very basics and how to not die in the wilderness. I believe it ends with him being able to eat.
That's because right now his goal is food. And I think if the entire movie kept with, oh, this guy he's trying to get something to eat and he just can't, that might have been a pretty tough one to get through.
Yeah.
Because
right,
all this stuff would eventually start feeling a little bit tedious, but luckily
very luckily, right. It's the sort of thing where it's like, it reminds me of the Abbott and Costello kind of stuff, or like I mentioned Charlie Chaplin earlier, these sort of silent films where they were very one note, right? Like when you're watching the Marx Brothers, it's very one note. It has, this is the plot, it's going to be this the whole way through. And it's clear that this is influenced and, trying to, I don't know if I would say imitate it, but it's close to it, right? There's certainly imitation there. And looking at that going, okay, well, I understand how films work. Is this going to be it? I hope not, because it's fine, right? Like, it's not bad, but at this point, it does start to feel a little bit repetitive if you don't know that there's more coming, especially. And it really is just all learning.
Because if they had released, they could have released like the first act, the first 20 to 25 minutes of this as a short film.
Yes.
Where this is all it is, because it is a complete story. The film could have ended there and it could have just been a short film. And if they had done that, then it would have, like, my opinion of it would still be positive, but it would have been far lower because it would have been very much like it would have been a lot more simple than what we end up getting. And if someone would have watched that and just be like, that's just not for me at all, I got nothing out of that, I'd be like, okay, fair enough. Whereas when you take the film as a whole, including this section, then I do think that there's a lot more to it than what we get in like the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, I look at this now and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. And I enjoy it a lot more, right? Even just watching the recap of it, it's much more enjoyable because I understand what's happening. But boy, it really is, you gotta get through this first act. And I understand entirely somebody who doesn't like that because I didn't.
Yeah, because all of this is setting up just how everything works. Even how things inconsistently work, but they work consistently inconsistent, if that makes sense. But you have to know all of that for the later gags to work.
Yeah, this is all done.
It's complete in its incompleteness.
No.
No.
I couldn't not. I'm sorry.
I understand.
I kind of wonder, like, if they had started with Act 2, because that builds off of a lot of like the gags and the physics-related stuff that happens, like how the world works. It may well have been that the gags were just too complicated and unintuitive for most people to understand what's actually happening, if not for this first prolonged setup section, I guess.
Yeah, in whole, you
possible.
need this. You absolutely need this first act. It is absolutely required for the film to work, I think. It's just very difficult to get through.
Yeah,
for me, at least.
I think it maybe could have done with a bit of fat trimming in the editing. Like, if this scene wasn't 20 minutes and instead it was 12, I think that could probably still work just as well for setup and maybe get the movie into the meat of it a bit quicker.
I mean, maybe, but I think, like, watching it again, I am not so sure. Because, like, there's a lot of setup in the first 20 minutes.
Everything
I mean,
shows
I guess
you
I did
is
just
used,
notice
right?
there. Yeah, I noticed there the icicle being used as a cage. Like that really does come into play towards the end of the movie because it sort of boxes them in there. And it's like, oh, it's like bars. And I like, until I saw that clip now just there, I probably wouldn't have been able to tell you that was a thing that he specifically learned in that scene, right?
Yeah, everything is rules. It's all rules.
Yeah.
The first 20 minutes of this film teach you everything you need for the rest of the film. It's just, if it doesn't hit you, if you're like, I see some of the people in your chat going, oh, wow, it's so hilarious, enjoying all this hilarity. Wow, it's so funny. I don't understand why anyone would have a problem with it. If you don't find it funny, and, you know, humor being the most subjective thing, if you don't find it funny, it's just not a good film for you. You're just sitting here going, okay, well, this is a YouTube video that I'm not enjoying very much.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Because for me, the example, it was still entertaining and funny enough that I wasn't like turned off or anything. But I was also wondering, it's like, okay, but what are we gonna do after all this? Like, because we can't really do this for 1 hour 40 minutes. Like, we can, but I don't know how interesting I will find it. And then obviously the second half goes, because for me a lot of the stuff in the first 20 minutes worked already.
Yeah,
it's not as I totally say that the last halves are like way more funny than the first one.
Yeah.
Because we get all the escalation. But yeah, I'm totally with you there. I understand.
Well, I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
To clarify, I don't think anything didn't work. I thought that like being able to see the runtime and knowing that like the first bit seems to be this guy just trying to find food. I was a little worried that it was just going to be slightly more creative pratfalls for 2 hours, and then this guy finally kills a beaver and eats, right? Like,
Right.
and I'm happy there's more to it than that. And I think that, or I mean, feel free to correct me, Moriarty, but I think what Moriarty's kind of getting at is this is one, if you recommend it to someone and they're not really into the comedy right away, they're not getting past the 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. It's really
that
tough.
will ultimately kind of rob them of an experience that they might have ended up enjoying. You know?
And it really is super like, boy, I enjoy this film a lot. I think it's a really good film. I didn't click in that first act at all. It was fine, right? Like I'm sitting here looking at it from like a technical standpoint going, oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. Oh, that reminds me a little bit of Monty Python. Oh, hey, look, it's a little Sin City-esque, right? Like it's all of that kind of stuff happening, but I wasn't enjoying it and hearing, oh, it's such a funny film, hilarious, one of the funniest movie, and I'm sitting here going, well, okay.
I'm the unfun one this time.
Right. Yeah,
the
exactly.
whole, as you said, like the comedy period is very, very, very subjective. And in the first 20 minutes or so, again, you can just watch it and not find it funny. The film as a whole, though, as I think that you said, is that you can appreciate it even if you don't find it funny.
Yeah.
Because
well
there is so
made.
much. Yeah, there's so much well-constructed comedy,
Yeah.
in particular in the latter, after you get out of the first act. But again, you need the first act in order to get to 2 and 3, because the film just wouldn't work if not for its existence.
Well,
Yeah, I
even
think
just
Once
as a
it does
random
come together,
YouTube-
boy, it comes together great, right?
Yeah.
But
I think that first 20 minutes, though, even just as a random YouTube video viewer, it would be very difficult to not be like, well, I mean, these guys are doing some pretty cool stuff with editing and After Effects and stuff. Like they clearly know what they're doing when it comes to putting together something like this, and I think that much is clear in the first 20 minutes too. So I don't think necessarily people will be like, oh, this sucks. I just don't know if I don't know if the majority of people who just come across this movie are going to watch it and understand that it actually does get very good and isn't just a YouTube video with some good editing and pratfalls. Yeah.
I think I can imagine some people watching this and thinking it just sucks, right? Because again, if your main hook is a comedy and you're not hooking people, usually it's just like, oh no, this is bad. Like I didn't find it funny. You guys suck, right? But I think the thing about the first act is that technically, if you remove it, you put all those problems onto the second act, right? Because a lot of these jokes are just establishing, right, how things work.
oh yeah, absolutely.
And then when you see them again in the second act, they make sense. Like, oh wait, this is how that would work. But if you take that out, you're basically moving that. Oh, okay. This is
I don't think
rule to the
either
second
Moriarty
act.
or I are saying that it should be taken out.
No.
I wonder if there's ways they could have I don't know, like done it in a way that's a bit snappier so that the audience understands what the movie is actually going to be a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and I don't know that there is, but it feels
Yeah, I
to
don't
me,
think there is.
Maybe
it feels to me
maybe him
similar
visiting
to,
the furrier a little earlier. Like, I think something like that could have maybe helped.
But like,
maybe.
does he know where that is?
Well, I mean, at any
could
point,
accidentally-
you can just put, at any
Yeah.
point you could just put black smoke in the forest and he could go towards it, which it's not like something major happens that makes him find it. It's just that at one point there's a fire going at the cabin. He sees the smoke, he goes towards it, and he finds the place. And then at that point, we have the premise set up more specifically.
I think I would say that this is sort of like a Wes Anderson film or like an Edgar Wright or the Coen brothers, where like if it doesn't click with you, then it's very difficult, right? And the beginning of this film is very much that, right? That's just the problem. And I don't think that you could change it because it's really well constructed, and you can look at it, if you don't like Wes Anderson, right? And lots of people don't. If you can still look at one of his films and be like, it's incredibly fascinatingly shot. You know, it's got interesting cinematography and interesting timing, but I just don't like the film. And that's what's occurring to me in this beginning, where I'm looking at it going, you know, I find it interesting. It's you know, got some good stuff there. It's cute how they do, you know, the shimmy up the tree and all that kind of stuff. And I can understand and appreciate the artistry that they have there. And I can appreciate that, again, you're starting to notice all these Chekhov's guns and things like that. And it's like, oh, well, it's well constructed. It just wasn't funny to me.
Yeah.
Right.
And
like it had little things
Yeah,
where you're
that's fair.
smirking, but there's parts of this film later on where I am, you know, laughing.
yeah, so yeah, I think I can see where you're coming from, because again, like when you watch it again, all of this makes sense. Like, yo, we need
Yeah.
all of this. But when you're going into it for the first time, because I think I had this a little bit to a degree, because again, I read the synopsis. I'm like, when are we killing beavers? Like, we're still not killing fucking beavers.
Oh, I did
Right,
not
but-
read the synopsis. Like
Well,
for,
I
for
didn't
all I
either,
know,
but-
this was him hunting for food for the entire film, and at one point he would do something like destroy the dam that would kill hundreds of beavers, and then he'd be like, "Okay, finally, I can eat."
Well, I always watch the synopsis when Metal sends me something, so it's not something scary.
Well, I mean,
again.
like if it's one of those things, it's like, oh, we've decided to watch it. I try to go in cold because I kind of like the movie just presenting itself to me and being like, okay, what am I in for here? But seriously, I was expecting like a documentary about beavers that was going to have some funny stuff in it, like with actual beavers in it. So when a
Were you
black and
actually
white
expecting a
silent film,
documentary?
well, I mean, because I didn't know what to. All I knew was the title, really.
Okay.
And I think a few people might have talked about it in the Metals Forge chats a few times, but I didn't really remember what they said about it. I just remember them saying that it's something that we should watch, and it's.
Oh,
free
this has
on
been
YouTube.
recommended so many times in different ways. I think it's been brought up on EFAP as well, like in lots of places. So
Well,
yeah.
I mean, like I said, so I was aware of the title, but I didn't really know anything about the movie. And when Metal's like, well, this has been, because we didn't really know what we were going to do for this week. And Metal just said, well, why don't we do Hundreds of Beavers? Because people have been asking for that. And apparently it's really good. And I was like, oh, okay, fine. I didn't look into it at all. I started this movie and was like, okay, black and white song about Applejack brandy, apparently. All right.
When Metal
we're in.
DM'd me, he said, "Hey, we're doing Hundreds of Beavers this weekend." And I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about."
Is that an adult film?
That's how it goes sometimes.
Right?
Yeah, at this point, hadn't seen it myself. I was just like, yeah, it's been recommended a bunch of times, and apparently it's very funny. So let's do this, Schleem.
Yeah, you know, the more I watch this, I think it's actually the song that set it off wrong for me. Right? Like, I'm thinking back to it. They never really have kind of that feeling of the song again in the film, really, right? And it may just be that starting off the film with that is what kind of set my expectations so very wrong.
Maybe
That's
makes
possible,
you think there's
yeah.
gonna be more songs in the movie, and like that.
I
is the only
maybe
one, right?
less song, right? Like maybe don't start with the song at all. Maybe have all of the things in the same style as like the rest of the film.
Yeah, because it's that sequence is important narratively for setting up where his starting point is and the initial problem that he's got to solve. But I see what you mean, because it didn't have to be like a musical sequence.
Yeah, they probably could.
The only time I can think where they directly call back to it is they do a gag in this opening act where he constructs snow people kind of holding, you know, where he's kind of having a party with himself because he wants to recreate the feeling of being, you know, back where he was and having fun with his friends. And then he just starts crying, and it's really fucking funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, I see what you mean though, because you didn't need the song to do that.
Like that may just be the thing. Looking back at it now, that may have been what set me kind of on, I don't know, a negative perception as we're watching it. You know, the song just, I guess if you don't come into it expecting and wanting that, then it just feels like, oh, this is the kind of humor I'm going to be experiencing.
Yeah, I did not like the song either.
Well,
Like,
see, look at me being so incredible and awesome.
Well,
all these things.
I
I'm
don't.
saying.
the song didn't exactly make me think, oh my god, this movie's going to be fucking amazing. But I think also because it looks totally different. That whole sequence is animated and done differently than the entire rest of the movie. So I don't know that the song did a particularly good job of setting up what I was in for.
I think it's a very interesting discussion, this, because kind of what we're talking about is how your perception of the film as you're watching it completely changes, and basically everything that we're talking about is gone once you have absorbed the film in its entirety.
Yeah.
Because I'm guessing that you guys wouldn't, I mean, maybe you would, but would you guys say that the film would be better if you removed the song, or was it just that it affected your preconceptions?
I didn't feel about it that strongly. It's just it definitely, I don't think it did a good job setting up what the movie was, but I wasn't like bothered by it or anything. I was like, okay.
I'm just trying to explore like why I don't like the beginning of the film, or rather why I didn't like the beginning of the film, because obviously having seen the entire thing, looking back at it, right, like it makes sense and it's necessary and it does build everything. I still don't think it's particularly funny, right? Like it's fine. It's kind of, I don't know, humor-y, but it doesn't like make me laugh, right? At least not like the last parts of the film do. And
oh, go ahead, sorry.
well, I'm just saying that, looking at that and trying to figure out why I didn't like it, the song is maybe the only thing I can really point to where I could say that's something I would change. I might take that entire segment out and make it more like the rest of the film, instead of clearly whoever did that focused on it, right? Like that became a different sort of highlight set piece that they decided to do. And I get it. I just think that was a mistake, personally.
Maybe it's also kind of saving, because that is effectively like a big action scene is maybe not the right word for it, but it's like a disaster sequence. And maybe I guess they were trying to hide some of the more crazy things they can do with this style for the Beaver Dam sequence towards the end. So if the destruction of the apple orchard and all that stuff was done in the same way, it might have, I guess, given away shown the hand, given away the game.
Possibly, but then you could argue that would be a good move, because, I mean, almost every movie seemingly opens with like a big dramatic thing that happens to hook the viewer. I mean, every Marvel movie, basically every movie that has a budget, not that this did, is going to spend a big chunk of that budget to hook the viewer right at the start of the movie.
Yep.
And the question is, how well do you integrate it? How necessary? The prologue in The Lord of the Rings, that's a fucking hook. But it's also like narratively, it's very necessary, and it has a glimpse of what you're going to get from like the future battle sequences, as well as setting up so many like really, really important character and world building stuff relating to the ring. So it works on like a spectacle level. So yeah, I mean, I guess they could have done a similar thing in Hundreds of Beavers, but because like you say, the animation surrounding the song is very different in style to everything else that you get in the even the way that you see the beaver when he runs along the screen and like chews the wood on the barrel, it's a little cartoon beaver, and that's not a thing. I guess maybe they didn't want to reveal that they were using fursuits. They wanted to save that for the raccoon pissing in the river, which is
that's
brilliant. But
I said. I don't think they wanted to tip their hand that early as to what exactly this movie was. But the downside to doing that is you also might give the audience the wrong impression of what they're buckling up for. But I think though, this movie, I think you get a lot more people to sit through it if you just have one person say to them, look, the beginning's a little slow, but pay attention because this movie gets really, really good, and you do need to know the things that are happening in that first 20 minutes. Whereas, like I said, I think it's more the person that stumbles across this on YouTube and is like, oh God, it's going to be an hour and 48 minutes of this guy wandering around the woods and falling.
Yeah.
If you give it time, like if you give the movie enough time to prove itself to you, then it is a very, very rewarding movie. Absolutely.
And I agree with that. And I do think you should watch this movie. I want to be clear about that as well. I'm not saying this is a bad movie. It's just I do kind of agree with Moriarty on the first act being a bit of a tough one if you don't know what you're in for, or you don't know how skilled these filmmakers actually are and how much they're going to be doing with what you're seeing in, for lack of a better term, the boring part,
Yeah. Yeah, because it just feels like slapstick, right? Like, what was it? You'd said lol so random, right? Like that's very much the vibe that I was getting for definitely the first 10 to 15 minutes, where you don't understand that it's set up at all. And then as it continued, I paused right before we got to the second act. I paused and I just like walked away for a minute, and I was talking because I watched this with my partner, and you know, I was like, I don't know, man.
Well. Well, now that you all made it clear that you hate that movie, can we continue? Guess I'll think twice to invite you guys again to watch a funny one. No,
one of the two of us is a co-host, though.
Well, you're fired.
Fired and replaced with random.
Oh, you know, it was inevitable.
It had to happen at some point.
Thank you for the promotion medal.
No problem, you got it. So yeah, we had another couple of setups here now. I mean, if you've been watching the footage while we're talking about the things, we see that there's icicles that can fall down when you rattle the trees. He does the whistle, which is a setup that's getting a lot of usage throughout this movie. So basically, when he does like a whistle, the woodpecker comes back to save his eggs, but it's going to be more aggressive than that a bit later. And then we have a couple of jokes him trying to get the eggs again. And then he has like a rumble. He does like the whistle again. Every time he gets fleamed by the woodpecker, he falls down into a bush full of spiky things.
Yeah, burrs they're called.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
They're not that big in real life.
I like the logic that he goes up to the top of the tree and instinctively does like a wolf whistle at the eggs, like, oh boy, I found some food.
Yeah.
And then it comes back, and then he goes up the second time, and because he doesn't trust himself to not make that noise, he's filled his mouth up with snow.
With snow, yeah. And then he finally gets it. It is night, and he's like, yeah, I got it. He now has 4 of these bunny snow women around him, so all the wind's gonna be blocked, and he gets very excited by getting that egg
and then
fried.
he whistles again.
And then he whistles, and that bird comes back just to attack him again, and he drops it into the fire. So it's just one of the escalation things, and oh boy, they get more crazy for sure. And then he sees some birds flying around the next day, and he pathetically throws some stones at them. There's like a V formation, and then he has like the stones holds them in a V.
In a V form, yeah.
And then just throws them, but they just go a little bit forward. But then those birds start to shit relentlessly, and he's like, oh god, he just crawls away. And believe it or not, this is also a setup for later. It really is.
Yeah, this is not just lol, he got pooed on. This is used in at least, I think, 2 payoffs that I could think of.
Yeah. And then a stone falls on him. At first he thinks it's an egg because there's a cloud that's shaped like a big bird. But he sees that the wind has been throwing the stones down from a mountain because it's kind of like there's like a little ramp on it, whatever you want to call it. And he's like, oh, I can use that. And just see this bunny standing here, and he tries to get stones on him, but they just land right next to them. And then the last one lands on the bunny, but it goes through, and we realize it is a lake. So he just drowned that bunny. He's like, damn it. No food, but hey, there's a hole for fish. And I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that the first time. I just saw that. It turned just their ice cream cones, like the fucking McDonald's ones as well.
Yeah, soft serve.
Yeah. And then, hang on. Oh yeah, he tries to fish with his finger, but the fish doesn't really give a shit. And yeah, there's this they're like these. Oh god,
yeah, and he bites his finger.
Look.
I love the fish face.
Yeah, and what are they called? Crochet figures, right? That's
crochet,
the name.
Yeah,
crochet.
Or knit.
Yeah, crochet. Depends where you're from.
And then he sees a beaver biting the tree to go down, make it fall over. It was like, oh, I can do that with a steak to make a little fishy, and then he bites it, and then you just see his teeth be gone. It's like
astonishing talent. Even if you lost some teeth over it, I wouldn't be able to make that.
That's pretty impressive, yeah.
He is a talented man.
It's good stuff. And then he uses his shoelaces to make a little fishing rod, but that obviously doesn't work either.
Oh, I missed that it was his shoelaces, because that's just a tiny shot that lasts for like a second, because gradually throughout, I think it's this sequence, so maybe it's the next one.
He starts using his clothes.
Yeah, he uses his clothes, which means that by the end of it, he's naked.
Completely
so I guess
naked,
this is where he starts losing his shoes. I didn't notice that.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he jumps back into the spiky thing, because I think he uses that as bait, right? Let me check. I like the idea that he climbed. Yeah, he used it as a bait. Okay, I forgot about. Instead of just picking them, he climbs up the tree, jumps into them, and then has them all over his body.
Yeah,
and I think it's the same shots are used too. So like that's actually kind of an economic way to do that. Instead of shooting new stuff, it's just like, let's just quickly repeat this sequence and establish that as the way he gets these.
Yeah,
that's like the sequence that reminded me of the Shaun of the Dead Edgar Wright style, where you just quickly blitz through this bit that you've already done. And also, I don't know why I really like it, but he makes himself a snow friend here.
Yeah, he's bored and alone.
I guess he's lonely, he's bored, he's going to be sat there fishing for a little while. And then when he catches the fish, he adds little sticks to it, so it looks like the guy's celebrating with him.
Yeah, I mean, he looks at the snowman. It's like, well, you're not excited. It's like, oh
like,
yeah, hang
not
on.
right here.
Like, yeah, but you never apart from when he like rolls the initial snowball to create the snowman, you never actually see him do any of this. It's all just done where the camera will cut away, cut back, and the snowman is really, really happy. It'll cut away and then cut back, and now there's a snow dog that he's built. I guess keep him company.
Dog shows up.
And then there's a bit later where he tries to play fetch with the dog. Yeah.
Yeah, like gradually he makes more and more people and dogs, and they kind of move, and yeah, as you said, like the fetching, and then it doesn't move
it's like
anymore.
I Am Legend, but sillier.
Yeah, like he gets like a little smile as well. He's like, "Yeah, that's nice." I was like, "Oh, the
for
dog."
some reason as well, the demise of the snowman was one of the funniest parts of this film for me. Yeah, there we go. So he's recrafted the snow dog so that it's standing up in like a fetch pose.
It's like, go fetch it. And he gets annoyed with the snow dog. Also, the snowman turns into a snow woman. He put boobs on it at some point. Yeah, this is where we have the thing you mentioned earlier. He made his snow barrels in the bag. He made a little bar.
Taps and a bar.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, hooray! This is so much fun.
Because he gets the idea to do that from creating the one guy because he's bored when he's fishing, and he lost, like, I guess, this sense of like meaning and friendship when he lost his apple farm. Tries to recreate it and ends up really, really depressed, and then accepts that it's time to move on.
Yeah. This is where he tries to hug the snow woman, and it just falls apart. And he's like, "Oh man, no!" He makes a finger gun, puts it in his mouth.
Yeah, and again, this is there's so many like the jokes within jokes, because he's playing as if like he's going to shoot himself with a finger gun because he's thinking about killing himself, and then because his finger is bleeding because he bit his finger. That is what ends up leading to him catching all the fish.
Yeah. Then he bites all 10 of his fingers, and he's like, "Woo! Look at all my fish fingers! Woo!" And he's like, "Oh, I lost a lot of blood, though." Oh, he just falls over. And then he sees Santa for the first time. Big Chad Santa.
Yay!
Love the dogs.
And how he's going towards the smoke in the sky. It's like, ooh, baby, I can go there for some civilization. And
so by this point, we're 20 minutes into the film.
Yeah,
And yeah,
this is when
yeah.
it changes.
Yeah.
And this is when I started to really kind of enjoy it because it started to have more, right? But up until this point, really up until the fishing, I was starting to be like, metal.
I never want to be on the show again.
Oh, it can get way worse than this. Don't worry.
You guys familiar with a movie called The Greasy Strangler?
No.
No.
All right. Metal, I'll send a link to you. You're not going to be able to cover it on Forge because it's... Never mind. I'll show you it later.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
Do I need to grease myself up for this, or?
Basically, the premise is that it's a guy who's like a serial killer, and he moonlights as a serial killer by stripping all of his clothes off, covering himself in grease, and strangling people.
That's...
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it to be this verbatim. So, okay.
I thought he was like a fry cook.
Yeah, something like that. It's like, no, he greases himself up and strangles me. It's like, oh yeah, I guess that wasn't the title. Yeah, okay. I don't know what I expected.
It also uses like, silly cartoon logic where like, I mean, he goes out for his night of strangling and then he's covered in grease. So like, what does he do? Naturally, he walks through a car wash to get rid of all the grease.
Obviously. But yes, he follows the smoke in the sky, and he gets to his hub area for this movie. I guess this is what I call it, the hub area, because this is where he chills out a little bit. For now, he has like an extra one later on when he starts hunting himself. But you see the prices of the shop. You can see you need 1 coin for a dagger, 2 coins for some rope. You need 1 dead beaver for a pipe, a smoking pipe, 3 for an axe. You need a wolf and 2 beavers for some bear traps, 4 dead beavers for a bonk stick, and 1 bunny and 9. 1, 2,
That would
3,
be
4,
7.
5, 6, 7. Yes, I can count. Shut up.
Yeah, good job.
For a rifle. I was like, oh, I guess he'll be getting some of those items, but we soon learn that he will go through all of them, and he does a bunch of fetch quests, you could say. It's rather fun.
I think part of why this like 5-minute stretch works really well as like a hook for the rest of the film is because you have that like shopkeeper board set up, and he starts by buying the cheapest items, so you have an expectation of what a big chunk of the rest of the film is going to be, with like a sense of progressing through the other items and becoming more successful. Whereas you didn't really have that for the first 20 minutes. It was, I need food, and then he spends 20 minutes trying to get food.
Yeah.
And this is already where we learn about the shopkeeper's disdain for the guy, because that's the drunk guy from the Applejack farm, and he's like kind of stumbling around, but he's stumbling around because he's trying to get the fish out of his pants, because I assume the idea is they're frozen, so he can't get them out properly, and then he just keeps falling down.
I think so, yeah.
And the guy's just like, that drunk, disgusting. And then he sees his love interest, and he's like, ooh, she's pretty. And the guy's the shopkeeper's like, no. He like puts like these I don't even know
like
what
what are those even called? It's like a queue line thing.
Yeah, like a queue line rope, like you have like at a bar or something. It's like
rope.
nope. But yeah, he's like, yep, hello. And then he sees Chad Santa arriving. He's like, oh, he's so cool. He's like, oh, he got dead beavers.
Has the shop owner spit the tobacco?
No, not yet. That's probably my favorite
so,
running joke. It's just
what a payoff with that one too.
So good, so fun. But
what I missed?
Oh, the Chad Santa just arrived and brought the beavers. And he's like, hey, you Chad Santa, do you want to marry my daughter? Not because he's like, no, I'm not really into that. It's like no, not me, my daughter. It's just funny. He realizes his error. It's like, no. But the daughter in the background is really with her knife, like doing like the throat slit.
She does the throat slit. She's like, don't you dare say yes.
Yeah. And then he just goes like, oh no, I gotta go. Actually, it's like, oh man, I'm so busy.
Also, during this, every time it cuts back to Chad Santa, you can just see his dogs doing stretches in the back.
Yeah. And now the
Hey,
shopkeeper
they work hard.
is really, really disappointed.
Oh yeah, the shopkeeper really likes Chad Santa, as we will see.
Oh yeah. But our guy Jean, whatever you got, Jeans. I call him Jeans now.
Jean.
He brings all the fish and he gets 1 coin, and then he can't pick it up because it's like flat on the surface. And then the shopkeeper's like, "Fuck, stop it! There, just move it further ahead." Oh no, he just picks it up.
It's a gag, but it also hammers home the Chad Santa is the protagonist if he was successful. So he's given something directly to aspire to and then learn from, because he's trading in carcasses, whereas this guy can't even pick up a coin that he got for some fish. He's at this point pathetic.
Yeah.
It's just funny. He gets the coin, takes a step backwards, looks at the sign, goes back in and puts the coin back on. It's like, "Oh, I want this, please." And then he gets his dagger, his knife, and it's a very, very tiny pocket knife. It just looks like a meme thing you would buy for your friends for the birthday. It's like, here, Chad, I'll show it to you.
A little pocket knife.
Very, very small.
Small.
It's not nearly as dagger-like as the image would have sold it.
You what? I think he's scamming him. I think he's just scamming him. He should make a YouTube video about the shopkeeper, how he's running a scamming scheme, and you should all avoid him. But the daughter, she's like, "Oh, this guy's fun. He's just kind of funny and stuff." He's like, "Yeah, okay, goodbye." And then Shugby just throws the knife away. And it's like, "Oh man." But yeah, he takes the small knife, and it looks like he's trying to commit suicide, but actually it's just he's just cutting his the shirt. That's the word I was looking for. He's trying to make some rope, and now he's revealing his upper body. He's getting all spicy on us.
Yep. So we got the self-sacrifice side of things, where he's destroying his only possessions. He can't go back and get another shirt, and he's doing it because he's going all in. He's got to work out how to make a trap and how to actually eat something.
Yeah, he's also in really good shape, which for some reason I just didn't expect. It's fun.
He's in okay shape.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
The problem is
muscle
Swoll
man
is allowed
out
to
here,
say that because
body
he's
shaming.
probably in better shape. So I'm just like, if I'd look like this, I could die happy. Also, just a small joke that I just really liked. He puts the cut up shirt on the ground, looks like an M, and he goes like, I don't know. I just felt that funny as fuck. It's really short. He's really proud of himself. Do you need the copyright blocker? Isn't this public domain free on YouTube? Is it? I thought it was, I don't know.
Wait, this was on YouTube?
Yeah.
I was on
We've
Amazon.
been calling it a YouTube video, this whole
I thought it was a joke.
Oh.
I did
it's
not
free
realize
on
that this
YouTube.
had been officially released on YouTube.
Because I thought it was.
See, I'm not the only one.
Because I found it was an Amazon from what I know, from what I saw.
I
Yeah,
watched
that's
it
why
on
I saw
Amazon.
Too.
Yeah.
I don't.
Why
I
is
mean,
that the thing I remembered about? I could have sworn I remembered someone saying it's free on YouTube, and then I searched it and I watched it on YouTube. I didn't even know it was on Amazon. Good for them. They probably made some money off that.
Yeah, I mean, it got a whole bunch of awards from what I remember. So.
I mean, I was gonna pirate it, and I was like, you know what? I should check if this is on something I have first.
Hundreds of beavers. Hang on, let me see here.
yeah, it seems to be on a somewhat official channel.
Official.
It's not like a
Yeah,
pirated
it's
thing.
in the movies section of YouTube. It's not listed as a random YouTube video. It's if you click the movies tab and search it, I think that's how you got to get it.
And it's free? That's cool.
Yeah.
Movies. Where's that?
I don't know
never
whether or
click on
not it
that
had
tab.
ads because I have YouTube Premium, so I don't get ads ever. But yeah, I mean,
It would have ads.
oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're probably raking in some money with that.
I'm too stupid to find it right now. I don't know how this movie tab stuff works. I barely, if ever, use it. That's fine.
Well,
but yeah.
that's where I watched it.
Nah,
so
that's
it's definitely there. Otherwise, I'm making up every observation I've had this entire show. But if that's the case, I'm pretty good at it.
Nice. And best
That's
of all,
the case.
it's
You
free.
should go into gambling. Make all the money.
Nah, gambling's not my thing. I don't like games of chance. I like games where getting better at it is how I achieve.
You can get better at gambling, depending on the game.
Still, like, lots up to
You can get better at gambling.
Yeah, free with ads on YouTube. Okay, that's sick. Yeah, I did the Amazon flames, so yeah, good stuff.
The more you roll those dice, the better the numbers get, right?
True.
Yeah.
I guess, sports gambling, I guess you could say there's an element of skill to that, because knowing things like player stats and like how good teams are can dramatically affect how successful you are, but I'm not really a sports guy, so I'm definitely not going to be good at that.
Well, it just depends on the game. Like poker, you can't control the hand, the cards you get, but learning how to lie and getting better at it, and like learning like how to bet is how you get better at the game.
Yeah, maybe.
Friend of mine plays
ahead.
professional poker. He does that for his job.
Wow.
He
But yeah,
even
a lot of it's
won a championship last year. That was crazy.
oh
Yeah.
Actually, I
You win a
won a
lot of
poker
money?
game at a bachelor party once just because my friends are so used to me not lying. So when I did bluff, they thought they could see through my bluff, and then I just did the thing that I was bluffing. So I guess it wasn't bluffing. I just made it seem like I was.
yeah. But yeah, a lot of things that are chance, like obviously not 100% control, but what you want to do is just minimize the amount of chance that you have, and you just get better and better at that.
Oh, I remember what I did. I had good cards, and I consciously acted like I have good cards so that I could put someone all in, and it worked. Because they were like, oh, he's bluffing for sure. He's not good at lying. And I was like, no, I'm just over-exaggerating how happy I am about the cards I have.
Marc doesn't like Balatro.
I've not played it, so I very well might.
By the way, this is something I just remembered because Balatro came up. Because last stream I said I played it for a while, and then I couldn't be bothered or wasn't interested to get good at it or look at stuff online to see what could help me and have like the best picks or whatever, what would be sensical. Someone took that as me being like, wait, you need to look up everything in video games? Like, do you look at game guides before you play games? I read it's like, I only said I played it for a good while and I didn't get better and I couldn't be bothered to check for tips or the best cards to take after I couldn't get better myself. I don't know where that sentiment came from. So, no, I don't look up game guides before I play video games, in case someone else thought that.
Yeah, that's why he's really bad at everything. Come on, guys.
Yeah. That would be so embarrassing if I checked everything and like, still don't get it. I don't know. I just remember that because Balatro came up. Right. Wait, where were we in the movie? Oh yeah, he cut his shirt, so he's now starting to make his own traps. He uses the really tiny knife, which apparently is really, really sharp. Like it's still a good quality knife. It's just very small, and he makes he makes a carrot out of a stick, and it looks pretty good. He's really happy with himself too, and he does the old rope on the floor with food in the middle trap.
A snare.
And the bunny sees it and just picks it up and leaves. He looks around, like, "Hey, you come back here!" And then obviously he gets trapped by his own trap, and the bunny doesn't even turn around. It's like, "Nope, I'm out of here." Yeah, and he makes another one. He tries to do the thing, like again. He's using the things he learned before. He's really good at making snow bunnies now, and he's practicing his throwing ability, and he turns the boobs into balls. And I thought that was funny because I'm 12 in my mind.
And the ear falls off and it becomes a full dong.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Because this time around, he only puts the carrot, but he wait. Why does the bunny run away
It's
here?
because he has to. It's because his shoes were making too much noise in the snow.
Right. Yeah.
And this is when he bins off his shoes in order to be quieter.
Correct. Oh, yeah. Okay. Because it's like, wait, he didn't just step into the thing now. Yeah, it's like the thing. Because the third time, he gets closer, he gets very close, then all of a sudden he screams. And I'm like, wait, why did he do that for? Was it just being a dick to the bunny? And then
This is the scream that I thought you were mentioning earlier on, where he's just, I mean, I'm not going to do it, obviously, but it just goes on for like 30 seconds and just gets louder and more intense.
Yeah, like
even
all
as the camera like cuts away.
Yeah, all the bunnies in the vicinity just run away because he screams like for 30 seconds. But yeah,
A bunch of them fall over.
Again, this is important, right? Like, this isn't just a wacky joke. It's actively important to the eventual plot. It's wild how well constructed it is.
Yeah, so he stepped into a pine cone or whatever they're called, right?
Yeah,
pine cone.
It goes like all the way through. Like if that would happen to me, I would die. This looks really painful.
Well, I mean, 1 foot, it would hurt a lot for me. The other one would be fine.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, I don't have that luxury. I'm sorry.
Step on it like the skull at the beginning of Terminator 2.
Yeah. But yeah, he screams all the way through the night, apparently. He just sits at his fire, goes like, and just warms himself. And the next day, he implements the ice spikes, the icicles. He throws it at the thing, and he tries to trap the bunny. And they're doing like some shenanigans with like the perspective. It's like, from the front, it's like, it's like fully enveloped the bunny, and then the bunny just walks away to the right. It was even the guy's like, yay, and then the bunny just walks away. It's like, oh, yeah, right.
In the log chase sequence at the end, that perspective thing is like done really, really well. When he's like, they're like really close to him, and they're like three tracks down.
He fell.
Yeah, the bunny did fall, because he goes through another hole all the way back to the Applejack thing, and now he's starting to think, it's like, all these holes, are they connected? So he rips up some rind of the tree, so can write on it. He gets like some twig that looks like a little thing you use for ink writing, but obviously there's nothing there. It just starts doing things like, it doesn't work, and he kind of pretends like it's a biro or something, so he kind of shakes it around. It's like, why isn't it working? And it's like, what do I do now? And then the birds that pooped on him, they come back. He's like, I can use the poop to write. So he lets them take a big old dookie on his head. And then we got the debut of the little flies.
Yes.
And they just reminded me of Binding of Isaac immediately. Just the dot with the little wings on them. That's just me though, because I played that game way too much. And yeah, he draws a little map. He's like, the holes go to the beavers and the Applejack and the thing. And
I
the
didn't
big
even realize
carrot.
you called it the rind of a tree.
What?
I'm seeing your chat now being like bark. It's called bark, and it's like, wait a minute, what did Metal call it?
Wait, I think that might be a
The
German.
rind of a tree.
Hang on.
I mean, I guess it makes sense.
A tree rind.
Rind.
What is an orange or a lemon but a tiny tree?
Well,
You've never seen a tree before, Metal?
I'm German. It's called Rinde in German. Fuck you.
Wow, that's really funny.
Oh, I like.
Also, dogs bark. So fuck
It is
you.
Rinde. Barking is what dogs do.
So, yeah, that's the thing. If I check now, hang on. If this is like the double meaning word, I'm gonna kill myself.
I call your computer.
Damn it.
Oh, bark it's two meanings. It is the sound a dog makes as well.
I know that. I'm more wondering about Rinde.
Oh.
Just made that up.
Why is it not Spanish? Are you retarded, YouTube? Google? What the fuck?
I know.
Everything is falling apart.
All right, we're teaching Metal English.
Oh, this
Thank
is
you, James.
bad even for me.
Prototypical. We'll teach Metal English at $1,000.
Well, apparently there's a translation where you can say rind, but maybe it's used for something else. So, yeah, I don't know. There you go.
Well, then
I
that
mean,
is
like,
that you-
English
English
Nothing that
lesson
you're
fun.
not
Well,
is-
apparently I wasn't
Well,
that
yeah.
wrong. It's if I translate it, I can apparently say that in some instances. But yeah, I don't know.
It's an old word, sir, but it checks out.
Exactly. But yeah, maybe it's for other places. Anyway, now you can all laugh at me again because I'm sorry, it's not my first language, you fucks. Anyway, he draw a map on the bark.
Are rind and zest the same thing, or is it only zest when it's graded?
I'm done with this topic, okay? I don't want to talk about it anymore. Anyway, he kicks the snowman he built when he was fishing.
This is one of my favorite gags in the film because he no longer needs his snow friend because he's moved on,
Yeah.
and he needs to sit on the rock. So he just walks in and just obliterates the snowman. And then in like a couple of shots time, you just see that the snow dog is back standing next to its owner's head, looking really sad.
Oh, really? I didn't even saw that. Wait, when?
I didn't,
I didn't see that either.
Hang
Yeah,
on.
it's brilliant.
Oh my god, no, that's so cruel.
Oh no! Oh, guy.
Oh my god, it's alive.
It's so sad, and I have a sick dog on me right now. Poor Jojo.
Oh, that's great. That's good stuff. But yeah, he's plucking the holes with the stones so he can direct them into certain exits, so he can trap them better and have finally some food. Also, he does like the thing where you wet a pencil or something, but it's all poop on there, and he has like a little funny face. He goes like, "Oh."
He's like,
He's like,
oh,
"Uh-oh."
that tasted bad.
Yeah, and now he's like
Oh,
He's now setting up some traps, and he's being watched by 3 raccoons in a tree. It's just funny because it's just they all have just those fursuits on, and they just sit on a big big branch. And they all
This
like,
is one of my favorite bits is coming up with the raccoons.
yeah. But now he needs to find. He needs the yelling again because he learned that gets them to walk into the holes. So instead of just looking for them, he just walks through the snow until he steps in one. He goes like, ah! And just yells into it. Dude, look at this. This looks like... That's a good frame, by the way. It looks so angry as well. This looks like a Willem Dafoe frame. I don't know why. It's just...
It could be a shot from The Lighthouse.
Yeah, I haven't watched that movie in a while. I don't need to rewatch that. I enjoyed that. And yeah, they're all scrambling into the network and like, what? This is plugged. Oh no, this too. And then they go out right into the trap, and it works. It's like, yay! Finally,
He's caught his first animal.
he did it. He
Apart from
learned.
fish, I guess.
Yay.
He learned from all of mistakes, and he has glorious success. And then he walks back, and all he finds is the leg with some bone and some flies. And he's like, what is happening? And then you see the one raccoon just full of just eating the fucking
They're a
body.
food coma.
I like how
Fat
he jumps
fucking
down. He's
belly.
like, all right.
Yeah, I love how you have the 3 raccoons at the start, and then it keeps cutting back to them during this sequence where they're just up there, entertained by watching this guy fuck around. And then it's revealed right at the end that their plan was to just wait for him to succeed so that they could eat the rabbit.
Yeah. And he is like, oh, well, I guess I eat the food, but it already has maggots on them. He's like, oh, man, this sucks.
Yeah, and in that climate, that wouldn't happen that fast.
Yeah, that's true. So he's like, well, I guess I need to make a little prison so they can't get inside. And then he does the same thing again, and one of the raccoons just takes out the sticks and eats the bunny. He comes back, he's like, "Ah." And then because every time you cut back to the log they're sitting on, it's just another one with a fat belly. He goes like, "Mwah, mwah, 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 mwah."
I love the rabbit's reaction as well when he just watches the raccoon pick up the sticks.
Wait, so now I actually have to check here. What's the next? Oh yeah, he makes one of the icicles more like thinner, so it breaks when the bunny gets trapped. Idea being, it gets picked up there.
Counterweight.
The counterweight, yeah, that's the best way to put it. That's true. And it's like, damn, now my rope is too small. Well, time to get fully naked. So now we could get all the way to the hole, and with like the joke where we have his crotch covered at all times with different things. Wait, was it a Naked Gun where Leslie Nielsen did that?
Austin Powers.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But yeah, now we have like all these things, and he's he's getting grabbed by the counterweight. He's like, yay, it works. But then he also learns the raccoon get to him. He's like, yay, awesome. And there's the same thing with the other icicle. Does everything again. But when he comes back, the raccoon got trapped by the thing, and the bunny runs away. He's like, fine, I'll take my really small knife and kill the raccoon. But the raccoon takes the knife away, and then I guess they have a fist fight off screen, and he managed to kill the raccoon. He finally killed an animal. But you see him, he's like bleeding. He's had a really tough fight apparently. And he's freezing. And then the Native American here is around, and he has like those snowshoes, so he can step on top of the snow. He's like, here, take my really tiny knife, please. And he's like, oh, that's a nice toothpick. And it's just, yep, here, have them. And then he makes his way to the shop. So, yeah. Already, we have like all these crazy things as rules, and he uses all the things. He learns from his mistakes and does more things to get rid of his problems, and he succeeds with great sacrifice and problems.
He gets past the velvet rope though, and because he's naked in front of the daughter, the shop owner is not super happy about it.
But she's having a great time, and then he buries his lower side in snow, so he gets to watch.
Instead of giving him a pair of trousers, just buries his lower half in snow. Yeah,
and he's like, "Oh, she's so cute," and then she starts like absolutely mangling the corpse, breaking bones. He's like, "Oh, ew, I can't watch this, gross," because she also cuts open the belly, and there's like all these guts in there. He's like, "Oh," he's like, But
her job is actually pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
I just killed them. I don't butcher them.
Yeah. But with this, all this stuff, he finally he gets his hero suit for the movie.
Yeah.
But also the
self-sacrifice worked.
Yeah, he has some warm clothes now, and it's looking up for now. But the thing is, the daughter also likes to tease him and to prank her dad, because she's like, "Hey, do a little T-pose to so I can measure your arms," and he only sees the hand, and his hand goes like, and he's like, You, how dare you grab my daughter? It's like, you cheeky daughter, you tricked me again.
For a little while, because some of these get pretty insane, and I almost thought that she was trying to get him killed. Like, I was like, oh my god, why are you putting this guy in this situation?
Yeah. And then we get the first spitting meme. It's one of many, because he does like the chewing tobacco and goes like, and he's like, puh. And normally it's like in everyone, it goes like into the I don't know, they use like different things, like a cup. Spittoon. Some of them use a thing. Yeah, I guess spittoon is like the big word. And then there's like the pling, but he misses. And he even does the ricochet off of the little branch, and it just misses. But yeah, we got our boy. He got the raccoon helmet. He got the raccoon set. There's probably a bonus of like +1 falling down. I don't know. But yeah,
Plus
he's
one fall damage.
he's posing around, and he does the whistle, and the bird comes back to peck his head.
Yeah.
So yeah, that rule is very much still in effect. That bird holds a grudge.
And then there's like it's almost kind of like an opening credits section because now he's evolved. And I can't remember the words that show up on. Yeah, here we go on the screen. It's like essentially like an opening credits section because we finished the first section of the movie now.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's moved on from being I guess a successful survivalist because he managed to not die, and now he's become a fur trapper.
Yeah, he's not Applejack anymore. He is now a fur trapper. Acme Applejack. Acme is obviously also like a big Looney Tunes meme, right? It's like,
Yes.
it's like the Coyote and Roadrunner, where that's where they get the stuff from every time. Acme, TNT, and stuff like that. So yeah. Also, there's a banana peel here when the song plays, and he walks past it, and you're like, oh shit, he just walked past it. But then there's just a trap hole that opens up, and he falls down. It's like, oh, okay. And he almost died. He got his leg is fucked though. It's just mangled. So yeah, it's like, oh man, that's annoying. There's a dead beaver here. And this is one of the traps that Chad Santa made. He and the dogs like look down there and he's like, help me.
That's the dogs pop out first. They're just like, oh.
And then they just go away and he's like, oh man, why did you do? And then and then a rope arrives. He's like, oh, okay. But yeah, his leg is fucked. It's broken or strained, sprained or something. And Chad Santa has like a bottle of alcohol, and he just wants to take a sip, but he just always takes it away from him and just uses it to disinfect stuff. But what was that? I don't even know what the fuck I was trying to say there.
German sounds.
Maybe it was about to be Santa, Chad Santa. Come on. But yeah, it's the mentor man. He's gonna follow him around. He lets him watch his trappings and stuff, and he has like a really insane map where his traps are. That I don't know if that makes any sense. It looks very crazy on first glance. It's very detailed.
It's just like a comical way of showing how experienced he is.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's
there you go.
It's one of those things where it's like, I understand it. No one else gets it. They don't need to get it.
So yeah, look, there's like mountains here, and there's 8, 9, 27, 33. It's like it's all the traps he built or something. So yeah, it's kind of fun. And yeah, you can see he has like bear traps, and then you had the dogs kicking the shit out of the beaver and killing him. And then just pick it up and put it on the sled. But yeah, this is like basically a bit of a montage almost, where our boy just gets to see what Chad Santa is about and how he gets all these animals. He's just learning by watching him, because he can't really do a lot right now because his leg is fucked, obviously. Yeah, I think it's. Oh yeah, you have like.
Oh, that shot is so good.
You have one dog humping the tree, the other dog is just running around the tree, the other one is just kind of chilling. One of them is sniffing the other's butt, and the other one is pissing. So many things going on. Our guy is like looking at him, he's like, oh, okay, that's weird. And he looks at the map, and he's like, I don't understand a thing. But the important thing is, there's a little
bait, yeah.
There's things like, what bait to use for what? It's like, ooh. So we can see that beavers like poop in this universe, apparently. The poop's funny, I guess.
Yeah.
Bunnies like carrots, obviously. Skunks like frogs, as they do. And dogs get baited by squirrels. So
that is true. That one's definitely correct. Yeah. Possibly the rabbits and the carrots too. I can't confirm the other two.
Yeah, I can either.
yeah, get a little visuals, and then we also have the extra thing where raccoons like to eat bunnies, and he's like, yeah, I learned that. I know that actually. And then, oh yeah, then we see the dogs looking at the squirrels. He's like, oh yeah, I guess that's true. And then he gets his other thumb, and it almost looks like it's a dragon that eats dogs. And he's like, oh no.
I like that he's made this like food chain diagram that includes his own dogs. I
Yeah.
just really find that quite funny.
Well, I mean, you got to know what's going to try to kill them.
Yeah.
True, yeah.
Isn't that right, puppies?
It's a good way of clearly establishing the new threat, which is the wool. Because like immediately after that, I think is when we start hearing the howling,
Yeah.
and then the dogs get scared. I think.
They get captured one by one because we see them having like a little, the rest at night with the fire, and also the dog sitting at the poker table playing cards.
This is one of the best gags in the film.
So good.
And we get a couple of those, and I think the cards also just get bigger every time, if I'm not mistaken.
So what happens is the game that they're playing becomes less complex. It goes
Yeah.
from poker to something I'm not sure, and then to snap when there's two of them, and then there's just one dog playing solitaire
They
right
play
at the end when he's the only
solitaire.
one
It's
left.
fucking great. And I'm pretty sure if there's only two left, they have like massive cards. I think they're really big.
I mean, the cards there already look quite big. I don't know if they
No,
get
they're
bigger.
even bigger. I'm pretty sure they're like double the size at least.
We'll find out.
We'll see soon enough here, of course. But yeah, they're just having a little rest here. And yeah, one of the dogs is getting taken. And we see like the little eyes, like ooh. Yeah.
Right when you said that, Rocky's like over by my legs, and he just like rolled onto his back and looked up at me, and I'm like, oh, don't worry, buddy, I'll protect you from the wolves.
Yeah, they're going around further, and he sees more of those traps. He caught a bunny on a big stick, and it's like, oh, he just bent the tree, and then made it that it just releases whenever they pick up the thing. It's like, oh, that's a smart chat Santa right there. Yeah, just a bunch of different traps he sees. Like, oh, okay, that's how that works. They put like a bear trap into the water, and this one he even looks like it is like, I don't know if that's gonna work. That's weird. Yeah,
I think you're right. Those cards are getting bigger.
right, right.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and the next night, I think 2 of the dogs get taken. Yeah, there's only 2 left, and there's like another trap he sees, and that got another beaver.
The ones hauling the sled now too are getting like noticeably more tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, look at the 2 here. They have like really big cards now as well, and they're just playing. I don't know, whoever has the bigger number, maybe. I don't.
Yeah, snap, I think it is.
Yeah, and then one more dog gets taken, but now our boy's leg is fine, so he has to get the pull the sled as well with the other dog. And we get to a really funny kind of crazy trap. So it's a big thing that spins that has a spike on it, and it gets activated as soon as the poop gets picked up, and it gets like stabbed like this.
It's like a deadly windmill.
And this thing, it's good that you said windmill, because that's gonna be escalating
yeah.
soon.
Oh, was I spoiling stuff?
No, not yet. But yeah, you have to climb up the thing and just wind it back up as well. Yeah. And then we have skunk plus frog, and I think then we see is this where we see the frog for the first time? I think so, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Under the box, yes.
Yeah. And the dog's like, I don't really wanna do that with the skunk. And then Chad said it gives him a mask. It's like a gas mask. Yeah. Come on, give me. Yeah, there's the frog. There he is. He's like.
It looks like a creature from Smiling Friends.
I was about to say
I
that.
like
It
it.
reminds me of which episode was it? When it's on the guy on the playground, right?
Can't
Oh, that's what
think.
the evil.
Oh, that's
Smiling.
that's the other. Yeah, and there's like this guy on the playground. He looks kind of like in this this style as well. The Pepe Frog, yeah.
When this frog
That's good.
screams a little bit later was the first time in this film that I like just lost it. I enjoyed it so much.
Yeah, he just keeps learning. Yeah, now the dog is just playing solitaire.
Aw.
But now there's more of them, and this is where
He
tragedy
thinks he's just
strikes.
getting drunk too. Yeah.
We get a little bit of like live action footage, almost like of like Blair Witch, like POV
Yeah, it's a
shots.
handheld camera and
Just Chad Santa
And
trying
the,
to fight off
cam.
some of the wolves. The dog gets taken. They climb up a tree.
The protagonist as well, he's drinking here,
Ah,
so
yeah.
he's continued drinking when he's nervous, and it obviously does not help.
No.
Also, yeah, this fight scene I found interesting because it's like the first actual fight that you get that is treated, seriously. Obviously, the absurdity is it's still present because it's a bunch of people in fursuits punching each other.
Yeah.
But it's built up the threat of the wolves, and every other fight scene has either been kind of deliberately awkward wide shots of just people kicking each other while they're on the floor, or the violence has taken place after a comedic cut, like the bit where the raccoon picks up the sticks and the rabbit winces, and then you cut forward to the skeleton or the bone on the foot. Whereas this is treated seriously, and the reason why this is treated seriously is, I guess, because of how it ends.
Yeah. Because they
well,
climb
also
up
it's just like humans in danger here. Like this will not
Yes.
be funny violence. Like characters might die. It really establishes a different tone than the rest of the fights, I guess you could call them.
Yeah. Because they climb up a tree, but the wolves get a hold of Chad Santa, and it's like, take my map. You're now all of the fur trappers.
Oh god.
And he gets
Rip Chad
dragged
Santa.
down by the wolves, and it's over for our boy Chad Santa. F's in Chad for Chad Santa. He was the real one. He was a real one. And yeah, it's done. He's done so, and now our boy is all alone again. How sad.
So that whole section with Chad Santa kind of showing him the ropes
Yes.
through to now is about 10 minutes of film, and there's so much in there.
Yeah. So lots of those traps he sees, lots of things he learns, lots of things he needs to use now for himself, and just needs to, just do it himself and
I want to learn the ways of the wood and become a trapper like Chad Santa.
apply it practically. Because for now he's just been watching, so he knows what's up, but that's about it. And yeah, he even finds dead Chad Santa and gives him a little burial. So it's like that's nice.
Hey, Jojo.
And he makes the cross by biting into it as well, and then he just spits blood. He's like, he also somehow makes it so that the two pieces of wood become one by biting it. So he's like really good at this.
Really good with that mouth.
he.
Hey.
So yeah, he does that and just kind of following some footprints, and he oh boy,
He's got the big cards too. I just noticed that.
yeah. Like they do this. I think this is one of the dogs that which got his head bitten off by one of the wolves, I guess, and like all the cards are like sprayed, like the blood would be there.
Yeah.
But yeah, he picks up the cards. Oh yeah, now you can see how big they really are. That's true. Yeah, he sees the wolf prints, and he sees that they're all living in a big old wolf cave. He's like, ooh, okay. I'm gonna mark this down on my map. And then he looks at the massive map of the Chad Santa and just kind of moves it around. It's like, I don't understand. It just gets rid of it and calls everything the new trap line. And it's just cave symbol to cross. It's like, I am now the new Chad Santa. This is gonna be my map. So yeah, this is the dangerous place. This is the raid cave. This is the final boss of his fur trapping adventures. And he was like, yeah, okay, we can go this way. If I go this way, I go back to the go back to the grave, and he realizes that the cross is back, and he's like, wait, that's beaver footprints. So I guess beavers also like crosses for some reason. It is weird, but they keep the rules intact. So that's the rules of their universe. I guess that's what they want to do, and they keep by those rules. So there you go.
There's also there's a payoff for that much later as well.
Right. And then he finally sees what the beavers were up to. They have been building some big thing, and he looks at it. He's like, okay, so beavers do this thing right now. I guess they're building a big old dam for whatever reason that might be. And he kind of looks up like he sees something. He's like, oh, God. Oh, but he got his hand stuck in a hook, like in a fishing hook. Like, oh, okay.
There's quite a bit of like trickery going on with the number of beavers that you see. It gets ridiculous right at the end, but even now you're seeing what, 10, 20 on screen?
Yeah.
Sometimes. And I believe I read that they only actually bought, I think it was 6 beaver suits.
Oh, really?
So they're duplicating. I'll find the list because I found a list of how many there were, but they're duplicating footage and I guess copying and pasting it, doing multiple takes on a green screen, doing various different tricks to convince you that there's more than however many there are.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think now we get the yell of the frog, and I'm gonna play it now because
it's so good. It's so good.
It's like, ah! It's so scared. It's like, no, the skunk is going to get me.
Go eat me, man.
I love it.
I want to hear that again. I actually kind of need that as a button for my stream deck. That's a good yell. But yeah, he wants that box to trap things with, and they just kind of keeps falling into it and over it and everything. Yeah, and then he falls into it, and then the box just keeps tumbling down, and you see that he's still like in there, just holding on. He's like, "Oh shit!" So yeah, and he adds more things to his maps. Like, I put a trap right there, a cross with the thing. And they keep it up. He made the cross with his teeth, and he does a little blood spill. He's like, blah, and then just marks it on the map. And yeah.
Oh, okay. That's I kind of thought that he was just puking from being in the skunk box.
Oh, I can see that connection, but it's.
I think you're right though.
Yeah.
I found a list here. So costumes for the animals, you got 6 beavers, 5 dogs, 2 rabbits, 1 raccoon, 1 wolf, 1 skunk, and 1 horse.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. That fucking horse though. So good. And then, oh yeah, I forgot about that. I just paused. Oh shit, that was loud. Sorry. That stupid little glass here.
Yeah, you should feel bad.
Yeah, this is a joke about rabbit breeding.
Oh, this is so good. This is
good.
They could just do this as like a 2-minute long short.
Like,
It's gold.
Yeah, so we see there's like one pair of footprints, and then another pair of footprints leads into the other one, and there's like a little rose, and it's like, ooh, they had like was like a little date happening, and they lead to
a
picnic, all the way to a wedding, and sexy times. He just goes like, wow.
Yeah, that one's
and then
funny.
even more sexy. Look at this.
They're fun a lot.
Because they're bunnies. And obviously that's going to lead to small bunnies being born, and then we got a swing set for the small bunnies, and then the one bunny leaves to find better love, because I already put my seed in there. I need to spread my seed. And then the other bunny dies, and then there's only the kids left. Another swing set, no
Yeah,
parents.
no, like I said, this got really sad.
And
I
then
was like,
he
man.
finds the two baby bunnies.
Two little bunnies,
And they're like, we're so scared. Oh no. And he's like, oh, I'm gonna get you. And then we cut to him making food out of them.
That's one of the biggest laughs that it got
That's
for me.
so
Yeah, that's
fucking
one
good.
got
Oh,
me.
yeah.
The effort that they put in to suggest that maybe this guy is not going to eat two baby rabbits when he obviously would. You know that he would.
And the hard cut makes it so much funnier too.
Yeah.
He just looks
Oh, I was like, you poor cute little
Oh,
things. I'm still
don't
gonna eat them.
worry.
so good. It's so
Then you
good.
meet your dad and or mom, whichever one died.
But yeah, this establishes his camp for the night. This is where we reset the traps when he gets back there. Is a way to put it. And then he finds the fish, another hole to fish in, and he tries the hook. Yeah, but there's no bait, obviously. But well, I'll just leave it here with the snowman.
The
But
snowman.
Oh, the snowman is so good.
The snowman here
enjoy
is
that a
really
lot.
good.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah, the system that he uses to know when it's caught a fish.
But yeah, he goes back to the shop, and the shopkeeper's like, "Oh, not this guy again." And he does another split. I actually don't know which one is next, so let's see. Oh, he does a split on on like a twig, and there's two spittoons, and they both miss. But yeah, he needs some rope. He sells the cards, and I just like that he picks up the coins.
Picks up the money
And
yeah.
just puts them
Goes
back
into
down
his
immediately.
inventory, and then he uses.
Yeah, puts them in his inventory exactly, and then back on the table. Was like, okay, there's your rope. He's like, oh, thank you. Oh, then the shop.
This was another fantastic hard cut that was just so funny in how it was done.
And then the shopkeeper is like, wait, are those the cards of the dogs? And he's like, what's with Chad Santa? And he's like, I'm sorry, he didn't make it. And then he's like, oh, no sound. And I think it cuts to him like, ah, no.
Yeah, it hard cuts to the funeral where the guy's just. And they've made a little candle. You just noticed that.
Yeah, there's a
They put
candle.
a candle in a little sled for him.
Yeah. Let me actually play that hard
I
cut
like
because
too
it's
that
pretty
before.
good. Hang on. It's such a it's such a crazy yell, like you would get at a jump scare, right? It's like it's so good.
And then he puts the ring on the like goals menu or like the rewards,
Yeah, the
rewards page, which makes you realize that he didn't even want the option of being able to earn the ring for the daughter until he knew that Chad Santa was dead.
Yeah, he's like, oh,
He's
man.
like, nope, this one's on hold. He's really holding out to be Chad Santa's brother or father-in-law, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, he now realizes that the beavers they have the little underwater ways, so he puts the rope there to catch some beavers over there. So it's basically like a big section of him setting up his own traps to get anything done.
Yeah, the structure of this part of the film is. It might seem a little bit difficult to follow as we're just kind of explaining it, but like when you watch it, he's going round in a circle, round all of his different traps, and then seeing what works, what doesn't, and then gradually refining them.
Yeah.
And then he goes back to like the shopkeeper every now and then as a part of his loop that he's doing, and also the wolf den, and gradually, builds up the courage to go very slightly closer each time. So it's. When you're looking at the map, I think that them editing in the map, that is very necessary, because each of these different gags, it's essentially just a sequence of gags that get progressively more successful. And without the map, you don't really have the context for where he is and how close he is to everywhere else.
Yeah, well, and it's also that's what you would do in a video game too. As you're going around, you're like looking at your map and you're like, okay, this was here and that was there, and I have to go to this one next, and here's the next objective marker.
You have your routes,
Mhm.
right? Especially like when you have to farm in a game. It's like, okay, well, I hit here, and then by the time I'm done, I can start all over again.
Yeah. Primary gameplay loop, someone in chat said. Yeah. Well, he also finds the beaver's toilet, and it's just one normal one where they go all the way on top of a branch in the tree, and then one with a swing set where they try to aim the poop in a big circle thingy with points.
Yeah, with points.
And he picks up a couple of the poops because beavers they get baited by the poopy. And then he finds the Native American guy again. He
has a tomahawk / pipe.
Yes. And this is where we see the horse for the first time. And
Okay,
it's
yeah.
Okay.
clearly just like it's a horse head with like a tarp, and then you have
And two
this
dudes,
guy.
like
You have
one guy's
the
just like grabbing onto the
face.
other guy's back.
Just a guy inside.
Well, then, like we don't
He's
see
so
the
upset,
faces
he's
of
like,
any
"Fuck
other
me."
of the animal actors, but like this guy's just like, why did I get to have to play the horse?
Like it's obvious
Wonderful.
that that's the costume that they bought, right? And I feel like they didn't expect for it to have a cutout for the
Yeah.
face, right? But they were like, "Well, this is what we've got."
But yeah, he's just like, oh, that's a nice horse. That's nice. But yeah, he now knows where this guy is chilling. That's good. God, what was that? I don't even remember
So
this one.
There's
So-
about 3 or 4 different really weird images
Yeah.
that he just comes across, and he's like, I don't know what that is, and then it just moves on.
Yeah.
And then
Exactly.
they're all factored into the film's ending,
Yeah.
and it shows us a flashback and kind of explains what's going on.
Because
For
I
now,
actually
guess they're
forgot
mysteries.
what this was myself right now. So there we go. But yeah, we have a couple of those. That's true. Yeah. Then he finds some woods and again beavers like the poopies. So wait, what's next here? Oh yeah, he sees a tree that was bitten by the beavers. And it's like, ooh, let me put some poop on the ground and I'll just knock that over the rest. So the beaver gets crushed. And one beaver's like, oh, is that some poop? And the beaver's like, nah. It's like, what the hell? You can't do that. But luckily there's another one.
Yeah.
He's like, oh no. And this one is also like, no. It's like, ah, damn it. And yeah, it falls down. And nothing happens. He has failed. And then he walks around and he's like, why is nothing moving? And he realizes he's on ice. He's like,
Yeah, snowshoes don't work great on ice.
And now we get some Looney Tunes physics again, because he takes a couple of his things and pushes them. And they go to the right, he goes to the left, and it takes forever for him to arrive somewhere. And for some reason, he's in space at some point. It's like, I don't know why, but it made me laugh. And then he realizes,
Isn't that I was about to say, I'm pretty sure that's how you get out of like a frozen lake. You throw something in the opposite direction, and eventually you'll continue the other side. It's
Okay.
frictionless surface.
Well,
wait,
It's
wait.
funny, like,
hang on,
actually
is
seeing
he? Oh wait, maybe maybe it just took so long. It's night, and he's just on the back and just waiting.
It could be, yeah.
To
Yeah.
get there, just reflecting. But yeah, he gets over there. He's like, oh damn, my stuff is over there. But now he knows, so he just takes a running start, gets the stuff, and goes back to the other side. And he falls down, obviously, because that's what he does. And then he finds another hole. And he's like, oh shit, another Höhe. Let me put that on my map. And now we have his full map for now. Look at that.
yeah, he has a route.
He's got a route. And he has all his trappings. He has the shop. He has his little camp. He got the Native American guy's tent over here with the horse, the dam, and the grave. So yeah, this is where we'll be going around for a while. And then he sees the dam again, and it's like, oh, there's another
Yeah, the
thing on
dam's
top
getting
of there.
a little bit more intense.
And the next time we cut to
you're
the
not prepared for how crazy it gets, though.
yeah, and the next time we cut to the map, he added the little flame on top. And then he so obviously his first station now is the beaver, the box with the cross, but it's gone. But there's a big old trail, and you see he's like, oh shit, I guess he just moved ahead. So let me follow that. Just kind of goes flip flopping around. And he finds... I skipped right over it, but I think it's just a cliff, right? Yeah.
Yeah, a cliff, and the beaver fell off
Yeah.
the cliff. You couldn't see where it was going, and it's dead at the bottom with the box.
And he adds that to his map. He climbs down, and hooray! He got his first dead beaver. Let's go! Success!
Yay!
And he drags
Oh yeah,
them along.
they put the score up on screen too.
Yeah.
That's,
And this is where
that is a mechanic that continues.
And now we get our first scene of the detective.
Holmes and Watson, yeah.
Holmes and Watson. And
Now, this really gave me Monty Python vibes from the Holy Grail, where you've got the police who are trying to work out what's going on.
Yeah, because they see this. It's like, there's like this really stretched Marc. It's like, I don't even know what's going on here. And like, guess we'll have to figure that out. And yeah, that's all we get for now.
Thankfully, they do
they'll
show
be back.
how Sherlock is a hack later on.
Yeah, he doesn't know shit.
And the wolf den.
Yeah, so his objective here, just to be clear, I don't know if we mentioned, is the reason why he keeps going back to the wolf den is because the giant bag that Chad Santa had filled with all of the beavers that he had caught is inside the wolf's den.
That's right. Yeah, we did mention that. That is true. That's why he wants to go in there.
In actuality, those wolves would have eaten the hell out of those beavers long ago.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, this movie sucks.
But yeah, he's got no poop left anymore. So there's one fly in there, and just kind of goes like flies against the little box he has for it. This is another small funny joke I do like. He gets that fly, puts it on the fishing hook, and puts it in the water, and it's just still flying underwater. And the next time he goes there, the fly's just still alive, and then just flies away. It's just fine.
Amphibious flies.
Yeah. He goes back to the shop, puts in his score. He's like, there's my beaver. He's like, I want the axe. Like, no, that's 3 beavers. He's like, well, I guess I'll get the Pipenheimers. And like, oh, thank you, very nice. And then
But what could he maybe trade that for?
Well, we'll see. We also learned that the oil that's been put on the poop comes out of the guts of the beaver. There's also freshly made steaks inside a beaver that the two eat together. Also, a candle comes out of the air. Yeah. So they have a nice little food dinner. Yeah, that's how.
This is why beavers are so valuable in this universe. They have so much stuff.
Yeah.
I like that they kind of draw almost. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say that's why they were, hunted in real life, right? Castor oil and pelts.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They're like an epic loot drop.
I really like how they're kind of just using the ridiculous rules of this universe to have like a double meaning out of the beavers, because he's literally turning the beavers in to a way that he can then bond with the daughter. He's like saving up to be able to marry her, but then she's also using parts of beaver to make a nice candlelit dinner for them.
Yeah.
So he's using them to bond with her.
And she gives him the heart of the beaver.
It's
like, sweet. Oh, that's so nice.
Kind of gross, but so sweet.
Yeah, I mean, as a gesture.
And then the dad is annoyed. He does like a little spit again into the wind, and the spittoon falls over, and he misses again.
Yeah.
The castor oil gets used for his hair, which
and then the beaver ends up being attracted to him.
Yeah. And then, oh my god, we did the first thing. Oh, it's one of the things that makes me laugh the most with physical comedy. So they just kind of start fighting, and we have a pretty obvious cut to our guy not being the guy anymore, and them just using like a ragdoll thingy, and he just gets fucking yeeted into the fucking trees. I fucking love those jokes. It's so good. Just look at this. Let's put it on screen here. It's like like using those cuts and then these ragdoll thingies, puppets, whatever they are, and just throw bodies around the room or something cracks me the fuck up. I love that shit. It's so good. Then he gets to the hole in the water, but he sees that the beaver just freed itself. He opens up one of the holes, which is actually where his old farm was, and uses that stone to make a trap in the water. Then he gets more poop, and then he sees that one of the beavers hit the middle with the poop swing, and he's like, "Whoa, nice job!" He's like really, really impressed, and he does the whistle again, and then he throws his hat, and he sees like, "Oh, it goes for this. Okay, let's test that theory." He does a whistle, and the snowman gets annihilated. He's like, "Ooh, okay."
He's trained the woodpecker to associate that hat with being him.
Yes. It's pretty fun. We go back to the Native American guy, and he's doing some maintenance on the horse. They play like
on a car.
Yeah, they play like a car mechanic noise, like.
He has the rag too. He wipes it off his hands as he's coming up from under it.
No.
Okay, I got a better pipe. You want to give me your pipe? That's basically an axe.
Yeah, because I want that axe. And he's like, yes. And then he finds another weird thing on the floor. There's one tree missing, and there's a big circle around it, and there's a big question mark. Also, just a kind of a little bit of a random meme. He throws the hatchet really high, and it just stays up until he's done pondering the tree stump.
Well, I think what's funny about it is with all the bad things that happen to this guy, you're really expecting this joke to be the axe lands on him, but then he just catches it perfectly.
Yeah, but he catches it and he still goes like, "Ow, that hurts."
Yeah, because it hit his hand really hard.
It's an interesting subversion because they're just kind of showing through changing how the slapstick kind of works that he is becoming more competent and more able to take care of himself.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's no longer that the world is out to get him in the way that it was right at the start of the movie.
Yeah, he has the ability to succeed now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he's using slightly like balked and less effective versions of the traps that were used by Chad Santa. And then he kind of refines them himself into sometimes traps that are even better than the ones that Chad Santa uses. Yeah.
But yeah, he uses one of the Santa traps that we saw before, like the big old logs, and he puts a poop with the castor oil on it. And now we get some Looney Tunes shenanigans because the beaver just takes the poop and leaves. And our dude is like, "What? Why didn't that work?" And then a fly lands on it and just annihilates the fly immediately. And he again is like, "What? Why did that happen?"
I love it.
Yeah. And then you realize, oh damn, I'm out of poopy. And then he just makes a wooden apple with the castor oil on it, and now it works, and he kills the beaver. Yay! He goes, but it was just knocked out. So he just walks away. And then he does some physics shenanigans where he goes like, "Oh, why did that work? Why did you run away?" But the log stays up, and he's like, "Oh shit!" And then it goes up, goes back up, but at the end he gets hit by it anyway. Because the second time he lets go of it again. Then he does the same trick with the wooden apple and baits them onto the ice. And I think there's two other ones already. Oh, it's one other one, and they try to. It's the ragdoll one. They push each other because like, oh, we know how this works, and then you just see a tree falling on top of them and also turning into ragdolls. The way this is cut is so fucking amazing. Because it also just kind of sprays, like, I don't know, like, packing peanuts into the air like it's blood. It's so fucking good. Like, look at this. And you're like, oh shit, ooh. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And boom. +2 dead beavers. And he gives his hatchet a little kiss, but it's very cold, so his mouth gets stuck on it. And then he tries to make more traps, this time with a wooden carrot, but does the same trap that Chad Santa did, where they pick it up and it yeets them away. And it's kind of funny, on the map screen, if you will, you could hear like a little and you see a little axe fall on the ground, so he got rid of that. Then he tries the windmill trap, but he didn't wind it up enough, so it doesn't work. But he doesn't the second time, so he will be back to this one. And it's like shaking, like it's on a lot of tension. So something is gonna happen with that thing. So now this time around, he's feeling a bit brave. He's like, you know what? The wolf people haven't woken up yet, so let me go in a little bit and check it out. It's like, oh, there it is, the big beaver sack. It's like, oh, let me go there. But he steps on a couple of bones that make a lot of noise. So he has to get out rather quickly. So he runs out again and climbs on a tree. And
this was so smart.
One of the wolves like, wait a minute, I see you there. I know what's up. And then, wait, what does he do?
And then we get a call back.
Oh yeah, he does a big sneeze, and that does like an icicle. So the wolf gets killed by a disgusting snot icicle. What a way to go! But hey, he caught a wolf.
Go ahead. But the tracks, he wore his shoes backwards, so it looked like the coming in tracks were like where he was.
Oh, you're right.
Looked like, yeah.
I didn't even notice that. Yeah, that's actually pretty smart. Yeah. But yes, he gets killed by a snotsicle, as Chad puts it. But yeah, now he has 2 beavers and 1 wolf. Another scene with Detective Beavers with Watson and Holmes, and they see another crazy concoction on the floor. It's like, there's 3 arms. I don't know what's going on here. Chills on the floor, and he looks at the heart, and he's like, oh, is that a maggot on there? And then he opens it up, and it's like full of maggots. He's like, ugh. He's like, oh well.
There's another callback to the rabbit foot, right?
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if I'm wrong here, but I think that he's considering like, oh, I'm hungry, but he doesn't want to eat the ones that he's just caught because he wants to trade them in. So he checks to see if he can eat the heart instead.
You know, then there's a bunch of maggots in there, and then he puts one in its mouth, and it's just like, ugh, gross.
Oh, this is the snowman bit.
Yeah, he gets to fly out, and it's just still alive, even though it was underwater for a year, for a day. It just
I
leaves.
like how he just has like lures now.
Yeah, he's like, I can use this as bait. And yeah, he puts the trap up on the snowman. It goes down, and the fish grabs the hook, and the stick just goes into the water, and he's like, "What the hell, snowman? What the fuck?" And then he makes it just muscular. Like,
That's really good.
And then the stick just still falls down, obviously. I just like the idea. It's like, oh, I guess it wasn't like fit enough. I'll put some muscles on it. Good stuff. But yeah, now we can buy the 2 bear traps. And they have another dinner. The daughter and the guy. The daughter and the guy, yeah, daughter and our guy. She gives him a little, what was that? I think a tooth or something, right?
It was the wolf tooth.
Yeah. And then she puts her leg up, and he's like, oh no, that's too spicy. He's like, no, stop it. And then she shows ankle. Oh my god. And the dad just keeps looking over here, and he's like, oh, hello, hi. And then there's a stripping pole, and she starts doing a fucking dance. I was like, what is happening?
It just everything goes up to 11 just immediately.
And he puts
Dad's
up
just trying to be like, what's going on there?
Yeah, I like he puts up his cutlery and does like the tongue things. Like,
Oh, a piece of that.
Yeah, he keeps getting panicked. He's like, hey, shopkeeper, what's up? He's like, stop it, stop, he's coming. And then he looks around the corner, and obviously the pole is gone. She has her clothes back on, and they just do a little little game with their hands.
Patty cake.
Yeah. And then, we get another trick shot with the spit. He spits, throws the spittoon, and he misses. Good stuff.
Oh, this is a good gag too.
Oh yeah, he gets to the beaver that's at the swimming hole. He's like, "Oh man, I'm trapped in this thing." He's like, "Yeah, I got him." And he just starts swinging around the fucking rock, and he's like, "Oh shit, fucker!" Good stuff. Then he puts down the bear trap into the water like Chad Santa, and the other one gets trapped in his arm, and he does like the meme again. It was like, ah. Then he he trades the tooth with a fishing contraption. It's probably a proper word for these kind of.
It's a
fish
trap
traps.
of some kind. Yeah, something.
It basically like widens when the fish goes in, but it's only in one way, so it can't go back. So he's gonna use that for fishing. Then he finds another weird thing, which is a big old ice block surrounded by 4 tree stumps. And again, he's like, "That's weird."
This one's good. Yeah.
Yeah, then it's like, ooh, I caught another beaver, but they were tricking him. They were just playing possum, and they just push him over the log and then just run away. But he gets his revenge because he traps them, and then, oh no, not yet. He falls over first. He just traps another one. It does another trap where he puts the thing down, and he misses with the big tree, but there's like a branch that annihilates the beaver, so he still gets it. He tries to throw a bear trap to the to the beaver, but he throws the wrong way around, so it doesn't work. And now the second time he makes it slide, and it looks like he misses, and he was like, you missed, but then just bounces back on some logs and gets it. So now he's just playing, I don't know, like pool or billiard on the on the ice. But the beaver's not dead, he's just kind of sitting there, but he quickly just cuts down a tree and annihilates it. And he checks for another thing, doesn't work. He's like, well, maybe this doesn't work. Let me grab it myself, see if it works. And he gets yeeted immediately. And he sees where it lands and sees that the wolves have eaten them, the bunny there. And he's like, oh, maybe I can use that for something.
No, the raccoons.
It was raccoons, yeah. That's why.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Raccoons. My bad. And he sees the dam one more time, and this time he has the windmill properly aligned, but it just keeps going faster. Like it's too fast. He was too powerful right now because it creates a wind and even annihilates the bird. And he's like, wait, what's going on? Then he gets like sucked into it. There's a beaver arriving. There's like, oh yeah. God, we survived. So we're so lucky. They're like, yay, we did it. Woo. But then more wind happens because it goes the other way around. They get pushed now. But also the other beaver got hung or hang. It's like, oh, whoops. But yeah, the dead beaver tally is going up. He goes back into the wolf cave, but now he has the rope around him. It's like, ooh, okay, what's that about? And his idea here is now he hears the wolves snoring, and every time they snore, he just quickly goes through the bones. But then he misses they're not super in sync, so there's a time where they don't do it immediately, so he gets caught. But he built a contraption where he can do the whistle, and the bird goes to the helmet that he made out of snow and uses the the contraption causes the windmill to just basically pull him out immediately, like an eject system, and making him land safely on the ground. So yeah,
I'm happy I got back in time for that contraption, because I think this is my favorite thing in the movie.
it's pretty fun. He also, when he lands,
the wolf
it's another.
escape is like utilizes the woodpecker and the windmill and the rope and the hat. Like lots of things happening here.
Yeah, and exactly, Frisco and Chad, without leaving tracks for the wolves, because they run outside but they can't find anything. I was like, oh, that's weird. Also, when he crashes to the ground, it's another ragdoll moment. It's just. Then we see him using the fish. He hangs out at the campsite, putting up more and more of those traps. And he makes a little thing where you can see when something is in the fish trap. The little snowman puts the hands up. So
yeah, the thumbs up.
yeah, now he has enough points, enough kills to get the big old bonk stick. And then the daughter's kind of fucking around
Still
with
fucking with him.
Just fucking with him, almost gets him killed by the guy. He falls over the fence.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, if the shopkeeper didn't have a gun, this wouldn't be so dangerous. It was like, man.
And then we get another spittoon meme. He spits up into his gun, into his rifle, aims at the spittoon, which is right in front of it, and misses.
And this is a point-blank shot with a rifle.
Yeah.
Even though he made it land in the barrel of his gun.
Yeah, but then he throws the rifle back to its the holder on the wall, and he nails that. So he just can't get the fucking spittoon thing to work.
Yeah, he has the spittoon curse.
Yeah. Time for another round of fleamage. He gets another beaver. He uses the bonk stick to kill it. He gets trapped in his bear trap and throws it accidentally on the Native American guy, which then shoots. It looks like he's gonna shoot him. He's like, no, I'm sorry. But he actually shoots at someone behind him, which is a bunny. So now he puts some more traps on the beaver's toilets, even makes a couple of snow toilets. He's like, hey. Then he finds another baffling thing on the ground. He puts up another trap that kills another guy. He builds a big version of the fish trap even.
Yeah, for beavers.
For the beavers on the lake, so they just get yeeted into that. So they just drown.
I believe this is where this loop around the trap line is where Beaver, Holmes, and Watson are more involved in that they're actually witnessing the deaths happening.
Yeah, they try to
trying to stop them, but failing miserably.
Yeah. Then he has like some things where they get yeeted onto spikes, and he sees one of them was eaten right after, so he needs to figure that out. He also built 2 of the windmill contraptions on the cliff. So they just get.
And he just lobs the mallet.
Yeah, he lobs the mallet into the thing and then bonks it. So yeah, he's now peak fur hunting right now. He's doing very well. He's at 7 kills already. He's making his way to
the lob. Those, it's almost done in an action movie, like the hero like throwing a cigarette into a trail of gasoline that he already made. Like he starts looking away before he actually lets go.
Yeah. He gets into the cave, makes it further, but he falls over, but catches himself, and he goes like, "Ha!" and that wakes them all up. And one of the wolves catches onto him, and he can't really release himself in time, so he flies way further back than he expected. But also the wolf fell down somewhere. He lands exactly on the aiming circle for the poop, and he goes like, no! And you almost expect nothing to happen, but after like 5 seconds, a poop comes flying into his face. And now he's chilling at the campsite with flies over his head. The fishing operation
A network of snow fishermen, yeah.
yeah, it's a network of snow fishermen. It's doing very well. And now he has enough kills to get the rifle. So that's nice. Oh yeah, I think now they have like a little heart fly thingy. They're just kind of hanging out, very much into each other. But the dad is like, "No, you ain't getting my daughter." And yeah, he even built 2 snowmen, where the one snowman proposes to the other one. She's like, "Yes." And it's like, then they do the silent movie thing where he's going like, he's saying something. It's like, can you get what you're saying? It's like, and this is where they actually just say, pardon?
That's great too. He uses the Splatoon to block his face, and it gets like magnetized away.
Because it's so. Yeah, and there's like, read my lips, you drunk. Where we get like the overlay of the old silent movies. If you want to marry my daughter, you can't unless you bring me. Oh my god, are we getting the title reveal? Are we getting the title? Oh my god, there's like 100 beavers. Yeah. And then they even show like the title, it's like copyright, blah 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 blah,
with like the Looney Tunes thing in the background too.
And then
it's wood.
And then he makes this. It's just like, if you want to marry, you need so many beavers. I'm pretty sure this is more than 100, like a lot more.
I said hundreds.
Hundreds plural, yeah.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm stupid.
I think there's also a point where he has 200, but that's not enough, so he continues to hunt.
Yeah.
Rocky, it's okay. JoJo 6, you might not even growl today. Should we test this?
Then, well, he makes his way, and he realizes poop gives flies, flies give frogs. So he catches a frog, and also the beavers have closed off one of the trap places. But yeah, he now has a frog, and he gets the toilet beavers. The Native American guy put some smoke into the helmet because it has been stinky, so now he's not been followed up by flies anymore. I like this as a visual joke as well, because the Watson and Holmes beavers have been here. There's like a crime scene "do not enter" around it.
Crime scene tapes up before he collects it.
It's pretty fun. But yeah, he's got another beaver right here. But yeah, he's just collecting right now. He's been doing very well. But
yeah, and as he's like clobbering the ones on the ice, Holmes and Watson are like passing out, like, oh god, I can't watch.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, this is horrible. And they see more of the things. He's capturing bunnies and everything. Yeah, those two just keep seeing all the murder that is happening right now. The raccoons can't get to the bunnies and everything. So he's pretty much perfected his traps right now. He's peak. Like look at this. He's like so many, and he's like, don't watch. This is horrible.
Massacre.
By now the dam is massive. We can't even see the top of it. Yeah, he is now. The two are getting back up. The beavers are following into the cave. There's many of them, but as we know, this is the wolf cave, and he's like he put the clothes on a twig man. He's tricked them. The trickery. And he's currently naked in a tree. He's very happy with himself. And then he he does the bird meme
for the
where he has a skunk and the frog prepared to get yeeted into the cave because
it just combines everything. This guy combines everything.
Yeah.
So
combines everything he's learned. He yeets
the windmill redirects the flying.
Exactly.
skunk.
Yeah. It redirects it.
It uses
to
all
the
of the
cave.
animals.
Then he uses the rifle to not shoot whoever's coming out. Inside is absolute mayhem. There's just wolves annihilating beavers left and right.
Yeah.
He shoots the icicles.
Okay, up for the icicle bars.
Traps them inside, and he built a gas chamber. He built a gas chamber, and he's very happy with
Is it racist when the
himself.
German's the one who says that?
That's why I did it, because yes.
If it wasn't, it is after I said that. So.
But yeah, he's got hundreds of beavers now. He got like 200, over 200 now. Another great frog screaming moment. Oh, I should play that.
Yeah, when it's midair on the skunk and it's just.
Hang on, I'll play it.
I love it. I love it so much.
The frog is awesome. The frog sound. I think I didn't realize how funny that yell is. That's pretty amazing. And yeah, he's just making his way to the shop, and he's following still the smoke, because that's a very good indication in where he needs to go. He arrives there and it's like no one is reacting. He's like, "Hello, what's going on?" It's like, "Hey, daughter, what's up? I got the thing," and she's also not moving. And then he tries to go there, and he walks into an invisible wall. And it's like, what's that? That's weird. And then it falls over because it was a trap. Oh no, he's getting squished. It was a trap by Holmes and Watson Beaver. And while he is knocked out under the thing, he is they take away the thing, the big sack of beavers. And then he sees this.
Leaf clover.
A clover, but it's like snow,
Power-up.
Santa, the thing. I'm confused by this. I didn't get it.
It's a power-up item. It's super luck, which he is going to need in the upcoming scene.
Oh, I thought it was saying it's almost spring, so get your stuff.
Do you guys not process a 4-leaf clover as a symbol of luck? Is that like?
It could also
that
be
not
March.
common?
I mean, I'm talking about
Four-leaf?
all the symbols together. That's what I mean. I know that that's
Most
a luck
clovers have
thing.
3. That's yeah.
I know the 4-leaf clover is a luck thing. I'm just more thinking about
I
the
don't
whole
know if
thing.
there's any relevance.
It's an item that Chad Santa never got, and he died.
I don't know about that one. It seems
I
It's
think
not
it's
on
a
his
calendar,
list.
right? Like it's a
What's the turkey
calendar.
for?
It's Thanksgiving, Christmas, July 1st, Groundhog Day.
Oh, really? I processed
Easter,
this
April
him
Fools.
getting like a luck power up and
Valentine's Day. That's like March 15th, right? Like
Oh,
I think it's a calendar.
yeah.
That's what I read too.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I processed it wrong, but
I'm still
definitely
not
has
sure
a-
if that's correct. If that is,
He has
if each of these represents a month, then they're not in the correct order.
I don't
He
think it
has a
represents a month. It's like a
shitload of
season.
luck in the next sequence too, like an astonishing amount of it.
Clover St. Patrick's Day, Passage of Time.
Yeah, but most clovers have 3 leaves. A 4-leaf clover, finding one is supposed to give you like super luck. Like
Yeah,
in
yeah,
real
yeah.
life, that's like it's not even a like this movie only thing. I'm not. making
I
this
know,
up.
I know. I never disagree with you with that.
Oh, okay. I thought people were disagreeing with me. I was like, guys, like this.
No,
is just a movie.
we
we're
all agreed on
disagreeing
this. I'm trying
about
to
the
figure
thing.
out the all the symbols together, so it's probably like seasons or something. He still has luck, obviously. Still luck that he found this.
I can't figure out what the dumbbell's for.
I guess the people going to the gym in the first week of January.
I suppose.
Maybe it's a secret code. Maybe we win something if we figure this out. Maybe it's a cipher. Maybe
could
we
be.
need this to figure out the first trap line.
Yeah, maybe.
4-leaf clovers are for trapping leprechauns. Is that so? I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't know. Well, there you go. I was just wanted to bring it up, but there we go. Right. And then he gets up, and then the the sign falls over again. Like there's a second one. It's just Looney Tune meme.
Yeah.
But yeah, we finally see what the Beavers have been up to. Act 3. This is the action sequence scene. We're going crazy now. We're going
full blown video game now.
We go balls to the walls. They have guards.
It's not survival crafting anymore. It's a stealth action platformer.
Yeah. So they build this, and at this point it's like, what are they doing? Are they building the Tower of Beaver, the Beaver of Babel or something? What's happening?
I thought it was a Coliseum.
Or Coliseum is good too. This could be many things right now.
The Tower of Conviction.
Yeah,
I've been doing a lot of Berserk stuff.
One day I need to get on all this Berserk stuff. I'm interested.
Oh yeah. Ooh, Berserk Forge. We could do the movies, the Golden Age movies. They're pretty short. Or the 97 show, but it's like twice as long.
Or just read.
Same story, though. We can't do a Forge on a 42-volume manga.
Yeah, you can. You absolutely can.
I mean,
take like a month.
Also, we can hardly show anything either because Studio Gaga will claim it like immediately. You got to be very careful about manga panels being shown in YouTube videos. Trust me, I've been doing research on properly making a Berserk video, and everyone seems to say, yeah, you got to be really careful with showing manga panels because they claim it like all the time.
I'll tell you how you do it. It's super easy. All you have to do is
take the dialogue out. Like
have a really shitty drawing of guts in the corner, and you're good. Don't show anything else, just that.
There's no shitty drawings
just
in that entire manga, so that would actually be tough to find.
Metal can do it.
I can do shitty drawings. So yeah, he's following them around, and he puts pepper in his face, sneezes, and he uses that as a telescope. Don't ask. And then
I like this. That like you thought that he was using the pepper shaker as if he thought it was a telescope, and it was just a gag that it's like, oh, that's not a telescope, it's a pepper shaker. And
yeah.
Then it's like when he sneezes and his mucus turns into ice that is then used as a telescope, you realize like, oh, he was intending to do that.
Yeah.
That was his plan.
Yeah.
He's that competent now.
Yeah, he's trying to find like an entry somewhere, and it's like, oh, maybe it's over here. Oh, maybe I can go this way because there's no one diving, no one running around. And he jumps down, gets the attention of one beaver. The hat falls on the beaver. He does a whistle, and the bird kills the beaver, which gets him to.
I love that one too. The hat being used to do a woodpecker kill.
He guts the beaver himself and uses it as a suit, and it looks very bad. But like all the beavers look at him, it's like, what's
there's like
what's
even a
going on
patch of like quilt that
yeah. And there's like one stone, and he basically just uses it to get in the water and dive into the dam tower contraption. And it's just absolute pandemonium. We have like side-scrolling action. He does some platforming. He goes up over the gears. There's like guards everywhere.
We gotta highlight the eyes on the windows where the guards are, and how it looks like a beaver's face as it's looking around.
Oh, that's true.
Cool.
Actually, yeah.
You can see it on the outside. Yeah, like right there, you can see it on the outside. But it's when you have it like silhouetted inside is when it looks really. Good.
Let me go back to the inside one.
The stealth action towers.
Wait, is it now or is it a little later?
It's
a little bit later.
It'll be a little bit later, possibly.
It'll be later when he's sneaking.
Oh, there it is. There.
Yeah.
It's just the beaver Beavers inside of Beavers. It's going crazy out there.
And they are functioning as the eyes.
Yeah,
The alarms.
it's fun. It's fun stuff. Yeah, he just sneaks around. I like how they even have like the sus eyes. They have like a little blind or something. Look at this. It's like It's good memes.
Yeah, the shades close a little.
Yeah. And then now he's sitting on a conveyor belt. He sees all the people going around. He's like, what's going on here? But he also sees the sack and follows that around. And he's runs.
This whole section goes by pretty quickly, and just like you linger on any one shot. Some of these shots are pretty complicated.
Yeah.
And I would love to see a behind the scenes for like how they did this section in particular. Because it must be like loads and loads of like composited green screen things with animation effects and stuff.
Tons of layers and everything. Yeah, it's
like
really
this
cool.
must have taken forever to do.
Oh,
like
for
because
sure.
it wasn't super expensive. Like granted, 150,000 like for an indie movie with not a lot of actors isn't like an insanely small budget, but it's still pretty small for what's going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just making his way down, and oh my god, it's his barrel. It's this other barrel of alcatisms. And he's like, oh shit. That's right, I love alcohol.
That's right, I'm a drunk.
Oh yeah, I'm alcoholic.
He just goes
But
there, just
sometimes
kind
I've
of.
been drinking.
He kind of eyes it. He goes like, "Hey, how you doing?" And he's going into that like he's doing a blowjob right now. He's like, "Oh yes,
yes, do we?"
But he's like, "No, I want waifu, and I need to get started." He makes a stern walk
I've moved
over.
on, I've grown up.
And then he just
developed.
Yeah, but he also just kind of walks back a couple of times, like Like, do I want the alcatisms or do I want the beavers? Because that's for wife material. But then he just goes back again. It's like immediately, like he just puts his mouth on it, but he gets stopped by his own hand. This was his other hand that just stopped him. Which
was it, or was it the girl's hand?
No, that's.
I thought the meme was
I think
just
it was meant to be his. I mean, either way, it was that he was imagining it. It was that he had a strong enough will to stop himself.
Yeah.
Whose hand he was imagining? I mean, it could be either. I guess.
I think it's just
like
a meme because you can't see his other hand on the bottom. Like his hand went like around
Just,
the
like, look at
corner of the screen.
Is that the wrist you can see though? Like it doesn't look like his wrist. Like
I mean, it looks like the same mittens he's wearing right now, I guess. Or
kind of similar.
gloves.
She wears furs too, though. So I don't know. I kind of saw it as like he was imagining the girl's hand stopping him.
Right. But yeah, yes, chat. Indeed, this is a character moment in your silly comedy movie without dialogue. And yeah, he runs after the sack, but he gets trapped by another beaver face that looks very angry.
The mouth opens and you got little beaver guards come out.
Yeah, I just like the idea that
it grows like jagged teeth too. Like the beaver go away. And
it's like choreographed for them as well. When they find someone that's an enemy, they have to do this, so the faces look angry.
It's protocol.
But yeah, now we have a little auto scroller section, I guess. It's like surfing on the logs, and it's like all kinds of things happening. Beavers crashing into things, him switching lanes, braking, making them fall down. I'm not gonna.
This would be right at home in a Donkey Kong Country game.
100%, yeah. Yeah, so there's even a little loop-de-loop, everything. Yeah, I'm not gonna explain like everything because that's just not as fun, obviously. But yeah, I think even here there's a couple of things he learns where he just lies on the thing, so he just goes through, hits a lever earlier, then he does it again, so he dodges a whole bunch of guards. Yeah, we get even like a Mario Party section where they're on a log running, and they have to time the jumps properly. The first one jumps too early, it gets annihilated.
I love
tips
that.
Over.
Jumps too early, it's like he's caught in the animation.
Yeah, exactly. It's fucking awesome. Just tries to knock him down. It's really fun. And then he does like a couple of 360s with the log, yeets himself over, and crashes his balls on the thing, and he very slowly slides down. Gets seen by like civilian beavers, I guess, and they slowly walk to a policeman. It's like, yeah, he's just sorry, he's over there. And then they capture him. Oh no. He's now in beaver court. Yeah, they show the evidence, the Watson and Holmes evidence, and it's Exhibit A is the big sack full of dead beavers, which, you know, pretty strong evidence, I'd say.
I mean, to be fair, I think he didn't kill a bunch of them because. Like,
well, they saw him kill enough still, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And then they show all the things they think he's done. It's like, he paid the guy so he can get all the beaver things to sell hats to the other country and make him filthy rich so all the fancy people in London can do the wearing of the hats. And the beaver's like, yeah, exactly.
The beavers don't like that they're being turned into clothes.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
I like his beaver lawyer is like sweating, and him like putting down the hat that he's on
like,
this whole
what
time.
raccoon hat.
And yeah, now Exhibit B, they see the log thing, and there's like, he stretched them with a torture device.
Yeah.
C, he turned them into Frankenstein.
He made mutant beavers. Yeah.
And for some reason,
this was
Exhibit
great.
D is he turned them into supervillains.
But wait a second.
Oh,
Like, yeah,
see,
this
he does
Sherlock Holmes
this.
sucks.
He
Like,
turns
he's-
them into
he's way wrong about
supervillains.
everything.
Which, yeah, I think that's perfectly logical. That's exactly what happened. And yeah, see, he is super duper guilty. He's like, what? So I didn't even get the chance to defend. Oh, it's like, don't
This
worry,
is-
lawyer man. I got this. I'm lawyer man.
I think it's here where they have like the translation joke, because the beavers are kind of speaking in like gibberish, and he obviously doesn't speak gibberish. And then they have a bit where like the lawyer like repeats the line to him in gibberish.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like,
That's-
what-
yeah. Yeah, the lawyer stands up. He's like, he doesn't do anything. All the beavers fall asleep, and it's like really
This guy's
bad.
right. One of them does say j'accuse. Means I accuse you.
Yeah, one of his witnesses is one of the
French
snow women, and then one
It's like, look.
of the boobs fall off.
And then the next thing is like, look, he beat up the wolves.
Yeah.
He's good, right?
Yeah, no one's paying attention.
I mean, the beavers have a very corrupt legal process, I will say that.
I like how
It's a
the
show tonight.
jury just puts up signs that says 0.0, like it's a point system. And yeah, he's been sentenced to death. They want to make a skin suit out of him. And he's like on a James Bond trap right now. There's like a saw blade between his legs. He's like, oh no, oh jeez. And then Santa, it's Chad Santa. Chad
Yay,
Santa
Chad
is
Santa.
back. Hooray!
Yeah, he didn't die. He was alive.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, don't say anything. They're gonna see me. He's like, okay. And then he goes like, help.
Chat says they're gonna take his rind metal.
Three meetings now.
I hate you. And then we cut back to Chad Santa, and he has like a zip in front of his face, and it's like, it's me, Beaver Man. I actually made a
fucking with you.
skin suit out of the guy.
Yeah, they defiled the grave for Chad Santa and turned him into a beaver suit.
Yeah. And then we get this. He's not gonna be the fur man anymore. He's gonna be the coat. They have like a little picture of him on the wall and everything, right above the thing. He's like, and he's about to get sliced open. Apparently, the saw blade they use to sharpen the blade. That's not how that works, but yeah. They put like little dotted lines on his wrist and body and everything. He's like, I need to get out of this thing. Yeah.
Really, it's a pretty scary scene.
Yeah.
As far as like how it's shot and everything.
yeah.
It's if you didn't know how silly this movie was and were only shown this scene, you could be forgiven for mistaking it for a horror movie about furry beaver killers.
Yeah. It's kind of fun. He's like, oh man, I can't do this. And then he does like the math symbol beam. It's like, let me think about this. And then he
harnesses the power of maths and Chinese finger traps.
Chinese
for some
finger
reason.
traps. Like, if you relax and do it slowly, then it goes out. And it's like,
Like all the traps that didn't work.
Yeah.
He's a master of traps now.
He just kind of moves it back slowly, and that opens up the knot. And all the beavers like, what? Oh no! Damn it! Gosh darn!
You got a hand out. It's all ruined. We can't just stab him.
And then we probably get the best action fighting scene I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah,
so fucking
it is
fun.
glorious.
Like immediately we get like a great thing because obviously in the beaver costume they can't
back and forth.
Yeah, they can't do the knife back and forth throw, so they just they cut from left to right to left to right.
It's so good.
This made me wonder immediately. I was like, I wonder if they were trying to do it, but just because of the beaver suit, the guy can't see, and he's just like, why don't we just have it like jump cut between his hands?
Yeah,
that's how we'll do that.
He then kicks that.
I believe it was a plan from the get-go, or they were just thinking on their feet equally.
Yeah, might have been. He then kicks that beaver. It turns into a ragdoll into the fire and it explodes.
Yeah, it turns into this is the castor oil, I guess, is supposed to be what makes them flammable, or not like explosive, not even flammable.
Yeah. He's now in beast mode. He's just fucking around with them basically. He's just starting to fight them. Let's see, what else do we have? I think he's just kind of beating them up. Oh, he fucking
wrestling gag.
Oh yeah, he choke slams one of the guys into the fucking boards. That's funny as well. Then he just starts punching them.
Yeah, it's more like handheld camera going.
Yeah,
and I guess because they're not trying to make it as scary. There's not as many quick cuts as in the wolf scene. So here it's just like you'll see him punch him, and then they'll kind of like react to what he's doing. And I think I'd also believe that they probably didn't choreograph a whole bunch of this. They just said, just run at him, and when he hits you, like react.
Yeah,
it reminds me
of
a
very like messy feel to it, but in a way that's fun.
Yeah,
it reminds me of like the opening, I guess the first martial arts scene that you see in Team America, where the two puppets like go at it and they just slam into each other. Yeah.
Yeah. Then he gets up from being beaten down. He somehow manages to go from an airplane spin into a Superman swing. I don't know how he pulled that off, but it was very impressive. Obviously, this is all the ragdoll. He just fucking crashes it into the wall at full speed.
Yeah, I guess the ragdoll doesn't weigh all that much.
Yeah. He then kicks the other one into the ball, just trips them over through like chairs. He gets a chair destroyed on his back. There's like an old grandfather clock. He just knocks one into. He then starts yeeting them into like shelves on the wall. It just gets like a coin for everyone, and at the end he gets like 10 coins because he got all of them, or he got the fancy white bottle or something.
Shelves, like higher shelves are the more expensive booze bottles.
Yeah, it's fun stuff. Yeah, it's super entertaining. I love this shit. And again, like those fucking ragdolls, they just crack me up. And then we have like a little, I guess Charlie Chaplin meme again, where they just run around the table and they can't get each other. And then just starts grabbing shit from the wall and beats people up, including a couple of fish. Somehow fish is full of water. He just sprays them with water.
Yeah.
Dude, that one fucking one scene where he throws the fish into the other guy's face. I don't know how many times they tried this, but it looks so awesome. Because they made sure there's like, I don't know, like powder or flour on them, so it does like a big like dust cloud as well. It's awesome.
Looks like the thing like explodes on him almost.
Yeah. So good.
But I think also it was hand-to-hand combat, and he wasn't very worried because he knows he's stronger than any one individual beaver. But then it's when the cops come in with the sticks that he's like, oh shit, I gotta find a weapon.
Yeah.
I like that too. It's like, all right, now we're doing a weapon fight.
Yeah, then he gets knocked down on the table, but then we do the meme where they fight each other and he's already gone. And then you see him like come up, has a cigarette, flicks it away, and activates the saw and absolutely annihilates the guy that's lying there.
It comes up through his back and you see him, it's like his stomach bursts open with the saw blade.
Yeah.
I was like, oh wow, okay, that's unexpected. Like it gets really brutal really quick, right?
Yeah, I love the packing peanuts. They use that as like this blood insert. It's fucking awesome. But yeah, he's currently in his R3 trigger mode where he doesn't get any damage.
Yep.
Like he I don't know if it's like a chair or a stick that gets knocked over his head. He's just standing there, adjusts his head, grabs the throat, and just punches the beaver's face off, and there's only a skeleton left.
A skeleton inside too.
And he rips out the skeleton.
Skull, yeah.
He does like a Mortal Kombat fatality, and the other beaver's like, "Holy shit!" Okay,
tears the skin off afterwards too. Like,
and then
they're all like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, and then he leaves.
We bit off more we can chew fighting this guy. Everybody, let's just give up.
He just leaves us and he looks around, sees they got rid of a whole lot of trees, and like, damn. And they do like a bit of a funny.
Please tell me that was a deliberate pun.
I really hope so, because they get the you see them moving the sack towards all these trees, like, oh, they do like that. Those are like all graves, right? Like in the war where they have like these crazy big graveyards with like all the white crosses, but instead they have like the stubs here. But no, they just get them to a mass grave where they just all dump them in the end. But we also get to see what the beavers have been up to, because he has to walk all the way down, of course. And finally, we get context for these weird things on the floor. One of them is a massive telescope they used and built over there when we saw it. And they got this here, so they had a big old telescope. I'm just waiting for the visual here, so it makes sense. Yeah, there it is. And then we get a little cut to the other things, like, oh, okay, that was that. It's like, oh, okay. And then I have like a whole bunch of math on the projector. And it's like, okay. And we see the weird circle. They built a centrifuge.
Yeah, been training them for G-force.
Yeah. I actually don't know what you call this contraption. It's
gyroscope.
Gyroscope.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So yeah, that was the other thing, and now we also finally figure out why the fuck they took his booze. Well, as we established all the way in the beginning, it is very flammable, and they use it as fuel for their rocket. This is the Beaver space program.
We're going to the only place that's free of capitalism. Space!
Space! Also, we now see that he was very lucky he did not drink the booze, because it's only fire that comes out there right now. They have like these astronaut suits, they go in there. And he just kind of sneaks past, but oh no, one of the beavers is still there, so he has to beat him up, and it stumbles into one of the rocket's parts, and it goes tipples over. Tipples over. It topples over. Fuck you, Boogie. It's your fault.
Yeah.
It tipples over. God.
I don't like. I mean, were you even thinking of Boogie at all in that moment? Is that just like
no?
The
tipples is just organic in my vocabulary now, because that's just That's just a thing.
Well, I mean, you combine tips over and topples over, which is understandable. So I think you just accidentally said tipples in a way that is entirely removed from Boogie.
No. That definitely did not what happened. I did not think of tip over. My brain had topples over and my mouth said tipples over. That's all that happens.
Well, but I mean, it tipped. Like you could have said.
I know what you mean, but that's not what I was thinking about.
I'm trying to give you an out here, man.
But why? That's less funny.
Why would you never give metal an out?
I mean, I could have funnier that it was said organically.
Mootle always thinking about Boogie. God, imagine.
It's always on his mind.
Oh, God. But yeah, that rocket goes outside and starts destroying the beaver guard places, and they kind of like all squish down, like they're like, ah! Like the faces squint together. And then the rocket flies away and does fart noise. It goes, and you just see one of the
shot with the slow face
I
bomb.
love the guy who does the face bomb. He's just like,
yeah,
oh,
it's like,
fuck. All that work.
And then, like, two of them just move out of the way. And oh boy is just back there. He's like, hey. He just looks left and right. It's like,
yeah, he's just like, oh.
And then we cut to him being chased by hundreds of beavers over the ice.
Just like the Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah.
This is one of my favorite gags coming up here.
Oh yeah, we have like a little. He jumps over the cracks because the ice is cracking. He jumps over and he's like sliding over one of the things, and a couple of beavers are on an ice thing that's shaped like a boat, and I think this is supposed to be a Titanic meme because it has the four flimbuses. Actually, my brain.
Icebergs.
The 4 icebergs. Yeah, no, it's like the iceberg meme. Yeah.
I like this when he pees and then
he pees it off, and then they start swimming. He's like, of course, yeah, duh.
Yeah, we were all thinking it, and they addressed that. They addressed that the audience is probably thinking, I thought these beavers can swim, can't they?
Of course.
And then he gets up to the beavers preparing the grave for all the dead beavers, and he just pushes one of them and kicks the other
Jump
one.
Kicks.
Then yeets all of them in there until only one of them is left, and he's like, no, I'm just no, 4 of them. He gets the rifle. He aims them. He's like, no, we're good. We're just gonna jump down.
Yeah, because he's the last one he fights. He slaps its head off like the decapitation he does in the other fight.
Yeah.
And they're just like, oh, okay.
He then pushes down the sack, and he finds a couple of sleds, and he can't decide which one to take. He's like, is this one the best? I don't know, maybe this one. But all the beavers arrive, and he's like, oh shit, I guess we're just gonna take this one.
Water too, yeah.
And then we get our action chase scene where he shoots a couple of them and knocks them over and everything. What was that
from Modern Warfare 2.
You got engine noises because it's meant to be like a car chase.
Yeah.
They inexplicably speed up and slow down.
Yeah. He has to reload for the first time as well. Obviously, this is like a rifle you have to load from the front, so he puts in like the powder and the bullets, and then stuffs it and everything. And it's like this one thing. It's like a really small ramp. It's not even that dangerous, but they turn into ragdolls, and the one beaver just falls off and dies. It's like, ugh.
I guess they were going really fast.
And then he shoots off the head of one of them, but then more of them appear. There's more. But hey, our Native American boy is here. And he's like, hey, horse,
Yes.
help us. And
This
he
is
just
so
tries
good.
to get on top of it. It doesn't
You can
work
tell
at
the
all.
actors are just like, oh my god.
It just really slowly moves.
See him
Fall over.
Bucklings.
Kills me.
That's one of the best jokes of the film.
Uh-huh. He then builds a Molotov cocktail and just fucking annihilates another one. You see like one of the beaver suits burning, sliding around. Kind of knocks them around with the rocket. There's also a for sale sign in the background, which I don't know. I think it's just funny that this is still in there.
That's just might have just been one of those things where it's a blooper and they're just like, yeah, let's leave it in. That's funny.
he then has this one, the second to last one, he basically just knocks the beaver mask backwards and you can't see, and then it goes off a cliff, and again, it's just the ragdoll thing. It just goes into the water, just like, blub. It's just a funny noise. And then there's the trap with the banana peel we haven't seen ever since he fell into it. And now he uses it as a ramp, and the other one goes in and gets squished. Not squished, gets spiked by the spikes. And it's like, hey, we did it. I'm on the sack now that became a big old snowball. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Except the beavers turn into a beavernator.
Like a kaiju. Terminators aren't that big.
Oh yeah, I thought it's still a fun way to say it. Or a beavercepticon.
Yeah.
Beavercepticon. And it's funny because it's clearly the guy was wearing like a green suit, and they just put these beaver crochets on it, and he just goes like burp, 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 burp. Look at this setup and payoff. This movie have a lot. Surprisingly, it does. Yeah, it does. But hey, the rocket,
one of the best ones.
The rocket is still here. Ah, no.
Oh, so you're like, oh yeah, he's gonna use the rocket to destroy it.
Yeah, but nope. They just jump up and the rocket goes through.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, okay. Yeah. Also, they created Green Bay. The Green Bay apparently. Just the whole thing did the thing. Yes, Wisconsin. Yeah, Lake Michigan. You were right. That's the shot. Yeah. Beaver Voltron, Beavertron. Yeah, you can do a bunch of them. So we still need to use the rocket though. Well, luckily the Native American guy has bow and arrow with a string or rope on it, and he shoots it right into it.
Killed his horse.
And oh yeah, they killed the horse because of the thing fell on it. It stepped on it. I mean, and he grabs it and he just swings it around. His clothes explode off his massive chest, and he's like, it's like yeah. And he just goes like into the camera. He looks like a massive Samoan wrestler here. Actually, I was actually wondering if it was one of the ones I know, but he doesn't look familiar. So, but yeah, he's very happy with himself, and he redirected to the big man. And
I love it. It bounces off his back. You're like, oh, that didn't even work. Bud.
Doesn't work. But unfortunately for them, it creates a massive nuclear cider alcohol explosion.
Yeah. So someone in the chat actually did say, is it a nuke? And I was like, well, not exactly, but you're also not wrong.
Yeah. So yeah, they explode, and he's barreling towards the shop. See what I did there? Because there was a barrel in the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
They do the... he's like, oh no, I don't want this to happen again. So he... stops the big snowball, and he's like, yeah, I did it. And then he jumps and explodes the sack. It rains dead beavers. The shopkeeper goes like, yes, I'm rich. And you can see the count going up and up and up, more and more in the background. And they're about to kiss the two, but then the shopkeeper comes in and kisses the guy.
Kisses him, yeah.
And he looks the thing.
And
he does the spit. He does the spittoon. Our guy does the spittoon spit, and he hits the spittoon. Yay!
And the spittoon says the end on it.
Yeah,
I thought that was clever. Great
it's
payoff
such
for
an efficient ending.
Yeah.
It doesn't stay like a second longer than it needs to, and I really, really appreciate that, because like 30 seconds prior to the credits rolling, you had fucking Spaceship and Megatron chasing a giant snowball.
Yeah. And that's it. That's how it ends, like one of the old cartoons as well, with this payoff. Or it's that's it. We did it. What a ride!
Opposite pacing to the beginning in the last 20 minutes than in the first two.
It's a completely different film by the end.
It is,
and everything pays off. Like everything pays off.
It's staggering how all the payoffs and setups are here. You even have like you have a complete character arc for our guy, as a random already said in the beginning, from becoming useless, losing all his thing, to becoming a master hunter and fur collector, up to getting the girl in the end. Good old getting the girl in the end.
Overcoming his alcoholism.
Yeah. Struggling with the trap stuff and actually getting it done, learning, having learning experiences. It's like the thing you should do in movies. Why do we have to watch these crazy, weird movies to see normal character arcs and just a 3-act structure that makes sense? Why does this... I just don't understand. It's just, man, if you watch like these movies these days, there's so many shit movies where you can't even pull off the normal structures anymore because they just want to go bigger and bolder. And then you have this slapstick funny movie which creates its own universe but uses all the universe rules to make creative things and make me laugh and still care about the people I'm looking at. It's like, what if they can do it with $150,000 of budget? I just watched a movie for $150 million and sucks fucking ass and looked like ass. Like, what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Can we hire people that know what writing is, know what characters are, and how they behave?
I think the idea that the MCU movies had for a little while of like, let's start drafting out these big action set pieces, getting the VFX going on them and shooting those first, and then we'll write the script, is a big part of why that happens.
Yeah. Also,
chat says,
yeah.
I hope this movie did well. And yeah, so the $150,000 budget, and it made just over $1 million.
That's the thing. It doesn't even have to do that well to be a massive success when you consider the scale of the budget. And that's the other benefit to, hey, do some things that are creative and not ultra expensive, and you will have a more successful movie.
This is absolutely a movie that has a bit of a cult following surrounding it. I don't know if cult following is the right word because it only came out in 2022, but it has definitely spread through like word of mouth. I've heard from like multiple people how good this movie was before watching it. And since then, I've spoken to multiple people and recommended it, and they've said, oh yeah, I have been told that movie's really, really good. So people seem to be aware of it.
Yeah.
And I think it's well deserved.
I mean, this has been recommended to me for like 2 years now, since it came out, basically. Yeah.
I just started hearing about it recently, but I did watch it and enjoy it.
I brought it up with some people, and like all of them knew what it was. I was like, the fuck? I just figured out what this was. I guess everyone else already. I'm behind the curve, apparently. But yeah, it seems to have quite a bit of traction.
Yeah, very good. I mean, apparently you can watch it on YouTube as well. So, and apparently it's free with ads. So if you want to check it out, you can just go watch it on YouTube with ads.
And it's not like it is like in the YouTube's movies, like official movies category. It's not like someone just uploaded. So you're not screwing them by watching it on YouTube or anything like that.
What a time to join the stream. Beavers, explosions, and spittoons. Hell yeah, Bune. That's how it is.
I wonder how many Marvel movies spend $150,000 on a single shot. Marvel films cost between $5,000 and $30,000 a second.
Jesus Christ,
that's wild.
You were talking 5 seconds of footage for $150,000.
Dude, they spent $40,000. That makes me sad.
Per second, yeah. Like, it's insane.
They spent in a second what I make like a whole year. It's like, okay, cool. Like, can you do one less second and give me some money? Yeah. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. But yeah. This is really good stuff. You should definitely go watch it.
Yeah.
I mean, the style is really cool. Obviously, the meme with all the animal, or most of the animals being in just full body suits, like the raccoons, the bunnies, and the beavers, and the one horse. There's like the 2 people. The frog with the yell is glorious, of course. The style of it as well. You get the flies, the crochet and everything. Like, everything meshes so well together. It's good stuff. Needs more.
I still think that if you're gonna tell somebody to watch this, right, that you may need to be like, look, you're gonna have to get through the first 20 minutes. If that doesn't hit you, right?
Yeah.
Like, stay with it, because it does get better. I still think the first 20 minutes is not particularly enjoyable. It is necessary, but still don't think it's good.
Okay. I mean, I still laughed in the first 20 minutes, so I guess that one worked for me this time around.
In the first 20 minutes, I just found myself being more like kind of impressed by the filmmaking techniques more than anything else. Like I was like, oh, it's cool how they're doing this. I don't know that I was having any like big laughs. I was just like, okay, yeah, no, this is funny. Okay, yeah, that's cute, kind of deal. Not like, oh my god, that's hilarious. Whereas by Act 3, I was like actually laughing. It was, and yeah, I agree also that you do need that setup in the first 20 minutes. I just I don't know. I think maybe if they made that not even necessarily editing down those 20 minutes, but I think doing something to present the premise of the movie earlier on might have helped that aspect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But other than that, I think that there's not a lot of things to criticize about this movie, really, because you'd be like, well, I mean, the beavers and the suits, like, well, that's stupid. And it's like, okay, well, I mean.
Yeah,
like pretty integral to how they're making the movie though, so like that's almost an irrelevant criticism because it's like, well, yeah, I mean, they're not hiding the fact that they're dudes in beaver suits, right?
I mean, yeah, that's part of the whole meme of the movie, right? It's like part of the style. So
well, that's what I mean. So like criticisms like that are like almost irrelevant because it's like, well, I mean, yeah, it's like saying, I don't like Shrek because it's computer animated. That's dumb. It's like, oh, okay, well, so
it would be the same as saying that, like, I didn't like this movie because it has a soundtrack and there isn't an orchestra set off screen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a part of the style of the movie, and you are watching a movie, you have to accept that that's how it goes. But again, they end up drawing jokes out of it. It's not just a concession that they made for budget, or well, not even budget. Like, rather than having. A lot of the jokes wouldn't have worked if it was CG animals, high fidelity CG animals running around. It would not have worked.
Yeah, it would have entirely changed the style of the movie, and it would have made it so that those jokes would have had to be basically reconstructed from the ground up.
Yeah.
Or even if they were just the size of beavers, like if they were doing it all with puppets or something like that, but like still doing practical effects, low budget, but in a way that made it the scale make a bit more sense with reality, that still would have made 90% of this movie not work the same way.
Mm-hmm. What's this? Well, you tried to say something.
Oh yeah, it's that it's like the contract you make with like a thing. It's like, okay, this is how it's gonna go. You have to accept that they're dudes in suits.
Yeah.
Right. Because if you criticize that, it's like, well, just don't watch the fucking movie. Right. If you can't accept this part, then there's no point in the rest of it.
Yeah, it's how you immerse yourself in a universe. I mean, I like to just bring up wrestling in this conversation a lot of times because there's certain things you just gotta have to accept for you to work. Like a whip in, for example, nobody's just gonna walk into the ropes and runs back at you when you just kind of push them in a direction. That's obviously not gonna happen in real life. You're not gonna whip someone into the corner, punch them 10 times in the head, they don't bleed, and then just move on. That's not gonna happen, obviously, but that's just all part of the show. So if you watch wrestling and you get into it, it's like, okay, yeah, I understand. And obviously, yeah, this is like one of the things. And then the same with movies, of course. When you watch a sci-fi movie, it's like, okay, we can do, there's faster than light travel, for example. We can do teleportation. And you can do all of these things. It's all a matter of execution at this point, where it's like, okay, this teleportation does not cut me in half when I walk through. So if you do something in this movie where it randomly just starts cutting you in half, then you start getting problems with it.
Yeah, breaking the rules is the problem. If you establish good rules and you stay within them, the audience will generally be along for the ride as long as the stuff you're showing them is at least relatively entertaining.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a really big value in consistency, right? Even if you're like even if you're consistently inconsistent, it's like, oh yeah, I don't fucking know what's gonna happen the next second, but it's been that way the whole time. So you just accept that part, and then we can move on. It's usually the problem is when you're consistent and then you stop being consistent. It's like what? That's usually when you have like brain static, with the audience, where they're like, no, you can't do that. You said that's not how that worked, right? Because like there are some comedies where like shit just happens sometimes, right? It's like there's no like huge rules. Not with this. This one's rules are very consistent, but sometimes. Better example, it's like Looney Tunes. You'll have like an arc where rules will change throughout the arc, but you have basically been told the rules will change throughout this entire thing, right? It's okay, just enjoy the thing rather than things work one way and now they don't because I wanted this payoff. If any of that makes sense.
Right.
I guess in that context, this movie is more consistent than your average Looney Tunes film, even though it's very Looney Tunes inspired. Because they do a lot of things where the mechanics work the same as they did in the previous scene. They don't just like backfire in order to do a pratfall. The way something with Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner might, you know.
Yeah, it depends on the Looney Tune because sometimes they're like. Sometimes they're off the like balls to the wall, and then sometimes they're much more low level, right? Like with like bad shit will happen to Daphne. Not Daphne. Who the fuck is it? Daffy, right? Bad shit happens to Daffy, and nothing bad happens to Bugs. That is the rule, but within that rule, just like any kind of fucking thing can happen. If that makes sense. While this movie, it's like, bad shit can happen to anyone, right? But like. One of the rules is that consequences don't really matter except for death.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get a lot of animal death in this movie, but there is one actual human death that is a character that, you know, it was important to the story too.
I just saw that Snakes wrote this. I think that's a new thing that DSP said. Come on, chat, man, let's stay here longer than he has to. Can we just get one membership, a donation? He needs to hit that tip color. This whole stream was pointless. I think that's a thing he recently said on stream.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
We're just happy you guys are listening.
Oh, yeah, it's awesome. It's just funny that shit like this still comes out of DSP. But every time I randomly see when he streams, there's still like 200 people watching. It's like, they're just there to see the train wreck, aren't they? It's just... yeah. How do you? He's a mystery to me sometimes. Like, how do you keep going if you're just such a person to kick down?
I guess
on?
you figure he's got to make enough to pay his bills, otherwise he probably would stop and like get a job, or I don't know. Maybe he does like Uber.
I just don't think he's having fun with it at all. I think he's just miserable. Like all the lol cows are. They just ride on the memes that are made about them. No, doesn't matter. That's fine. We have fun here. Fun in the bun.
We will shut this show down before either of us become low cows. We promise.
I don't think that's something you get to decide.
Well, no, but once it starts happening, you can decide to keep doing it and be like, yeah, I don't care that I'm a low cow. I'm still gonna like treat this as if it's my full-time gig.
Well,
I think once you enter low cow territory, it's time to step away.
I like to believe that I know enough people now here that would tell me, it's like, dude, you gotta stop. It's like, so you're embarrassing yourself. God. But then again, if you look at Boogie and Wings, they have like the thing with Keemstar now, and they're doing very well apparently. So, oh well. You gotta
James,
stop.
Please do not turn me into a locale. My heart can't take it. I'm an old man, remember?
Oh well, but yeah, go check out the movie. It's rather fun. Would very much recommend it, of course. And yeah, check it out. And I guess before we, did you guys, anyone else has anything before I move over to super chats real quick?
I think I've said all I need to say about the movie. I mean,
All
Yeah.
right.
All good. Fantastic movie.
Cool.
Hilarious. Absolutely just... again, if I was drunk, I would have pissed myself.
You pee yourself enough as is. You don't need to drink again.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Why is there pee everywhere? All right, we got €5 by Kara. Says, I got home from work to nag you about this movie. Good on you for joining the civilized and sophisticated patricians who've seen this. Yes. Yeah,
Was Patrician the one who kind of brought it to the radar?
I don't know. I guess this just as the word in general. Unless they're talking about patrician TV, I don't know.
Oh, are they not?
I don't think so.
What does the word patrician mean? Is that a word? I thought
Isn't
it was
that
just the
on
name
those
of his
like
channel.
people of like noble people? That's just what I
Yes.
thought. Yeah.
How about that? There you go.
An
I'm getting English
aristocrat or
lessons too.
nobleman? Yeah. Okay. I was just confused. I thought I'll get laughed at again for using rind or something.
Well, I mean, no, like I'm what's the word for when you're monolingual? So, and English is the language I speak, and that is a word that I don't think I've come across other than the YouTuber name. So, he's a nice guy though.
Yes. So yeah, we watched it and we like it. $5.
I do know what a pediatrician is, Lumpy.
We got $5 by Slumpy. Thank you very much. Confirmed Metal can't be bothered to play game unless he learns all the pro strats. Imagine how many hours he studied for Gollum. Yeah.
It is like, man, can you? I thought most of that game's challenge lies in just the mechanics not cooperating with
Yeah.
you.
Oh god, fucking Gollum. Then we got $5 by James. Thank you very much. English lesson fun for Metal. Oh man.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh wait, I read that. I just read that. My brain didn't even connect. That was a super chat. Well,
Oh yeah,
thank you very much.
I read that, and then funny enough that we had the whole thing about like tip goals and stuff, and I was like, yeah, English lessons for Metal, $1,000 tip goal. Also because he speaks English well, and we're probably not hitting $1,000 anyway, so that was a joke, everybody.
7 months of membership by M8566 of the Bearded Flame category. Thank you very much. Just asking Terminator 3 and 4 Forge when. It will happen eventually. We haven't not planned it out, but I am trying to get
Terminator arc.
Get the same group together to have all the people around, because I think that would be rather fun.
Yeah, we got 3 Terminator arcs to cover. We already did the only one that's going to be just fun, the masterpiece arc of Terminator 1 and 2. We get the mid arc with 3 and 4, and then the insulting catastrophe disaster arc with the last 2.
Right.
I've never seen 1 and 2.
Get the fuck out of here.
Never seen them.
Oh my god, you're so angry. Those are excellent movies. You actually do have to watch them.
Have you seen The Matrix? Like, are there any other just like massive movies that everyone's seen that are just not on your radar?
I've seen The Matrix, but I watched it really late. There are other movies I have not seen that would annoy people. Like, I've never seen Aliens.
Damn.
Jesus. Have you seen Avatar?
Unfortunately.
So you don't know that James Cameron actually has made good films?
People tell me that he has. It's hard to believe.
God.
So far, I don't believe them.
Yes, everybody, that's why I asked that question. I was like, hold on. Is it possible he's missed Aliens and both of the Terminator films and has seen Avatar? Jesus. We found the one person.
What a shame. But yeah, we'll get to those for sure. No problem. No worries. Now we got $5 by M8566. Thank you very much. So it's asking, hey, random, Gollum Part 2 when?
Oh, your plan is, I guess, later this week. Wednesday, Friday, unsure which, but the plan is this week.
Nice. Well, look out for that.
Looking forward to it. Kind of, I think.
It's fun to stream. It's not a fun game to play on your own.
Yes. That was my experience with the first 6 hours or so.
Yep. Kyanite Cat with $5. Thank you very much. You know, I'll do what Moon says because I'm glad you all watched this movie. Have a $5. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate
Thank
that.
you. Thank you to everybody. I don't think I've said thank you to these super chats yet. Now I feel bad.
Super chatters, you're not giving enough money.
No, my Canadian decorum was just malfunctioning. Thank you, everybody.
5 gifted subscriptions by memberships, not subscriptions. Stormbringer, 5 gifted. Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that.
Consider that storm brought.
Yes. £5 by his name was crazy. I'll throw you some cash. Thank you for that. Least I can do is you've entertained me as I'm sick with a cold on my week off from work. Stream gave me a nice distraction. That's nice to hear. I've recently been sick as well, so that's why I was looking for distractions too. So yeah, I'm glad we were able to get your mind off that for a couple of hours.
Yeah, I'm not kidding about JoJo being sick either. That's why you haven't heard her growl the whole stream.
Yeah. Let's see. We got $5 by TRKG. Thank you very much. This movie is a more faithful adaptation of Monster Hunter than the actual Monster Hunter movie.
I mean, yeah.
movie.
I guess, maybe
Yeah.
more so if he kept on switching the pelts that he was wearing. But yeah, he does need to kill a raccoon to get the raccoon set.
Yeah. I still haven't seen that one because I think the idea at some point was to do an EFAB movies for that. But
Yeah, I
think
remember that.
That
It's
never
a Paul
happens.
W.S. Anderson movie, so,
Damn it, I
That
do
was-
need
it's
to watch a
2 years
shit
ago.
movie for once. Oh man, how will I recover?
I think what's really weird, I have seen that movie, and what's very strange about it is a lot of it is shockingly true to the world of like Monster Hunter Worlds in particular, like down to character designs and everything. But it's like they also needed to have it be an interdimensional thing about American Rangers from our era, like or our world, going through like a portal and ending up there, and Mila Jovovich is like the soldier person. Tony Jaa is the
fucking
hunter though,
terrible.
and he's all right in it.
It's
Yeah, I
truly
heard
good.
he's
It's
fine.
not a good movie though, like not even close.
Dude, Tony Jaa has been in so many shit movies. It's so disappointing.
And he
feel-
handles his action scenes well, but like,
I mean,
that's
yeah,
kind of
because he
his
can
thing,
do the
so-
stuff for real.
Yeah.
His older movies are so fucking good.
Oh yeah.
Ong Bak. and-
Protector is still.
yeah,
It's like
Protector.
I don't want to seem annoying, but with all the people posting like, oh no, this Daredevil one-shot fight scene is the best fight scene ever, and then some people will be like, no, it's the old boy like hallway scene. I'm like, guys, the Protector hallway fight or like stairwell fight. That is the craziest shit. Because it's so long too, and it's so involved with so many stunts. And
There's
so
a
many people
couple
that
I
clearly
can.
got very,
I
very
would.
hurt.
I reference when I think about like really good action scenes. Ong Bak, the bar fight scene is really amazing.
Oh yeah.
We've got every fight in the Raid movies.
Yeah.
They're all great. If you've seen
Ip Man.
Ip Man,
1v10.
exactly, yeah, dude. Oh, he just fucking annihilates these people. It's so great. Those fucking machine gun punches, God, they're so fucking good. The sound they make as well, God, I haven't seen those in a while. I got the trilogy physical over there. It's fucking love those movies. They're pretty long too, like all of them. They're rather lengthy. But yeah, good shit. Let's see. We got €6 by Frisco Corvinus. Justice for Brutal. He used rhymed correctly from the start. Oh, get shit on.
I mean, yeah, no. He did sort of prove that.
I have at least one supporter. That's more than I normally have. Let's go.
Well, because it's funny when you said it, it's like I knew what you were talking about. I've never once referred to tree bark as rind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought you were being German again.
I mean, I am.
It'd be like if you said the skin of a tree. Like, I mean, I'd get it. It's like the word's close enough that I understand which part of the tree you're talking about at the very least.
Yeah. Let's see. We got one more by James. Thank you very much. 5 buckaroonies. Robocop is getting another game coming out later this year. Robocop Rogue City Unfinished Business. I need it in my veins.
It's DLC, isn't it?
It's standalone. It's a standalone.
Oh, okay.
That's
Well, there
awesome.
you go.
That was my favorite
Yeah.
game for that year. It
That game
so
was
good.
cool as shit. I really liked that game. That was really fun.
So good.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Yeah, I hope it's gonna come out at a time where I have, time, so I can play it. Because that's always the worry. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that because that game was cool as shit. I need to play the Terminator game they made. Apparently that one was pretty fun too, from what I heard.
Yeah,
It's
the
not as good as
RoboCop-
RoboCop, but it is enjoyable.
I was pretty much going to issue the exact same sentiment. Like, it's the RoboCop one is better. I still think Terminator Resistance is worth playing though.
Nice. Yeah.
Likewise, it has a better story that could have been used as Terminator 3 than the actual Terminator 3 we got. Likewise with RoboCop, Rogue City, and RoboCop.
You mean after you've played?
By the way, everybody, you never need to watch RoboCop 3 ever. Like Terminator 3 has at least got the hot Terminator lady. The RoboCop 3 has nothing. It's really bad.
You mean after you've played Alundra 2 Metal? Yeah, obviously, duh.
RoboCop 3 doesn't even have Peter Weller, I believe. I think it's someone else playing RoboCop.
Oh, okay. Well. Well, thank you very much for the super chats and memberships. As always, very much appreciated. But before we get out of here, Mr. M, Mr. Moriarty, what are you up to? Tell the lovely people in chat what's going on.
Up to? Well, I'm working on a script. I've been working on it too much. My brain hurts. I did a series of interviews with the C-level employee of a multi-million-dollar company, and he decided to tell me all of the fraud that company was committing. So I've got like a legitimate investigative journalistic piece that I'm working on.
Oh shit!
And then most recently, I did a video on charity that was engaged in fraud in Roblox.
Yeah, good video.
Yeah, that one, it turns out, is spiraling into something else too. I've been contacted by a whole bunch of people, so there may be something else coming from that, which may involve actual legal, arrests.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
Well,
so we're gonna see. I didn't expect that 2025 would be the year that I turn into an investigative journalist properly, but let's go.
Emma's going to be Mediazilla from now on.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I've been doing, man.
Also, go watch his Outer Wilds video. There's way too little views because it's really fucking good.
Video is a huge failure, man.
I hate to see that. I checked recently and was like, that's why are people so cruel? It's such a good video.
Yeah, that one took me a long time. I really enjoyed it a lot, and I think it's I enjoyed really kind of exploring the philosophy of life and things and language and linguistics and everything, and kind of positioning it behind a video game. But unfortunately, I don't know, Outer Wilds just doesn't appeal to people, and philosophy doesn't appeal to people, and I don't know, it's like the worst video that I've ever done in terms of response. It's pretty terrible.
People don't deserve this. They don't deserve the video. They don't deserve it.
I don't know what to do with that one, man. Like, I've just accepted that it's a total failure.
Also, people should care about Outer Wilds. The game is fucking awesome.
Yeah, I still gotta play it.
No, it's okay. Just kidding. It's fantastic.
Never played Outer Wilds. Then play the game and then watch the video. Don't watch any videos about the game before you played it. That would be a massive disservice to yourself.
That's
I
why
watched you play it.
This video because I keep on hearing it's good, but that I absolutely should not watch it before I play the game, and I just haven't found the time to play it.
Yeah. In any case, link down below as always. Go check it out. There's good stuff on there. Random. What's going on?
Hello. Well, that's actually a good question, kind of. Do I have to finish Outer Wilds before I watch the video? Or do I just
very
need
much up to you?
Well, but like what I mean as far as to not have, because I keep on hearing that if you watch the video first, something major in that game will be ruined. Or is it like the ending, or is it something that happens like 10 hours in?
Right. So like it is definitely a spoiling video for a lot of stuff. I think that if you're never actually going to complete the game, you can watch the video because you're never going to complete it. You're never going to get there. It is something that's like, 40, 60 hours in that gets spoiled. But like, if you're not going to make it that far,
Well, I'll give it a spin. Maybe I'll give it a spin tonight, and I'll see if it hooks me. I do hear a lot of good things about that game.
Yeah. Anyway, random now.
Yeah. Currently working on part 2 of my series breaking down Arcane season 2. So yeah, that's fun. Intending on having that video out this month, but that's copyright dependent. Part 1 is out on the channel, and I've also got videos out on season 1, which are positive as opposed to negative. So yeah, that's what I'm currently doing. Obviously, I got the Gollum stream that I'm currently about 6 hours into. Plan on continuing it this week.
Nice.
Yeah.
Go check that Fleamage out. It's good stuff. Swoll, you had anything going on?
No. I mean, I keep saying I'm a stream, but I keep not doing that. I draw like attractive women sometimes on Blue Sky. There you go. One day I'll make a video.
Okay, well, maybe one day. Well, Marc, what about you?
I've got probably what I could call a first draft of the Berserk script done. So I'm working on a video where I'm going to be talking about the 3 games based on Kentaro Miura's Berserk. And I know I need to do a bit more work in the middle section, though, where I talk about the kind of Dynasty Warriors type game. And yeah, because like that, it's not really my style of game. And I was just kind of going through the script shortly before the thing. And I was like, I gotta maybe fiddle around with the structure of this section here. So at the very least, like there's content on all 3 games, and I don't think I need to replay any of them except for maybe the Muso game a bit more, just to have more things to say about it. But yeah, might be making a video on a pretty good series of manga that has some uneven video game adaptations. One of them being incredible, though.
Very well,
it's the PS2 one, everybody.
PS2. Yeah, well, you know where to find him, obviously, and it's all down below, as it usually should be. As for me, I'm just working away on that Brave New World script and playing The Last of Us 2. No, not 2 yet. Last of Us Part 1.
Playing The Last of Us as well.
Yeah, I feel like this Brave New World video is gonna be long. Let me just put it that way. I am 13 minutes into the movie and I'm 11 pages deep. I thought this would be a normal-ish one, like the Rings of Power ones, I was hoping, but no, it's not. And so the funny thing is, the last Rings of Power video I made was like 38 minutes long. That was 15 pages. So I'm scared of what might happen with this video. But yeah, we'll see how long this is gonna go. I mean, scripts tend to be more front heavy because of all the setup and how little sense it makes, but I don't know, wherever you go with Brave New World, there's just problems. So this might just stay heavy all the way through. So yeah, just working on that. I don't have anything planned with friends or anything, so I'm probably just gonna be in hermit mode for like a couple of weeks and just do my day job and then work on the script and or stream. It's gonna be me, and yeah, it'll be ready when it's ready. But I yeah, that's it. If you want to see more of me, there was a supercut on the Moolah channel yesterday that was released from the Indiana Jones games. I watched that last night. It was very fun. Again, made by good old Joe Danger. Threw together a funny supercut of me as an Mauler, and yeah, go check that out. It's rather fun. It's a bit of an hour and a half, I think it was, and yeah, that's my bad.
I think you and Mauler discouraged me from playing that game. I really was gonna try it, but then I kept on hearing like, now it kind of sucks. I'm like, well, I was only kind of tepidly interested in it, so.
Yeah.
Good thing it's on Game Pass and I didn't buy it because I did install
it. Yeah. Metal is clearly dragging out the stream and hopes for another donation.
Come on, guys. We don't want this stream to be totally worthless.
Exactly.
I think my Phil voice is slipping.
there's worse things you could lose, so it's fine.
Well, the camera's still on. The camera's been on the whole time, eh? I didn't even know.
Oh man. But yeah, that's it. That's the update for my run. Go check the people's out. And yeah, we're out of here. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Thanks for the panel for joining us on this beavery adventure.
Thanks,
Thank you.
This was fantastic. Yeah.
And we shall see you next time. Goodbye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye bye.
And read what Beowyn said, everyone. There you go.